game?
Yeah, I'm actually quite a freak about this.
You want to jump into it?
Yeah, all right, let's go. Let me just set everything up.
Bro, do you ever just think who was behind that story?
What are you studying?
Mechanical engineering, you?
Oh, business.
Oh, businessman.
Make yourself at home.
What are you doing?
Trying to get an internship with one of the big four.
The big four?
Auditing.
Oh. Hey, check this.
What is this? What, do you want to rent this?
Maybe. We could do it together.
What do you mean? Think you with the hands, me with the papers, that kind of thing?
We're gonna need a lighting, yeah. No, so we gotta...
Yeah, this one is good. However, if we...
I mean, that could be your office space. But we could put a sign right up there as a lock.
Yeah.
I think we can make it work. What?
Wait. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yes! What we can do is we can complete this all out for you. What we do is we'll replace it with a brand new...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mate, this looks so good. It's so detailed. The water now is moving.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Did you make this?
Yes. Please tell me you like it.
Insane, you even got the logo?
Yeah, I know. Don't miss me too much.
Take care, man.
Oh, yes.
I'll let you know.
I got one on me. I got one. By you, last one. Oh, you, God. Yes! Come on. Nice.
You're a good boy, Billy.
Ready for one more? David.
No, come on. Let's talk about it. What's your problem?
Look, I do accept you have all these plans, but I just don't get why it has to be now.
Don't act like it is a surprise to you, okay? You already knew about my plans.
Yes, and I thought we had plans too.
Well, it kind of worked out, didn't it?
I mean, what are you even chasing, David?
I want more than this.
Hello.
Hey, man.
I'm back.
Oh wow, it's so good to hear your voice.
Yeah. Yours too.
What you doing, Dad?
Who's this?
Hang on a sec. This is Sam.
Wow. We should grab a beer sometime.
Say no more. Alex. Happy birthday, man. So good to see you.
So good to see
And we did get you a little something, right? I see you already got the sausages going for me. Yeah. You look great. I'll take over in a sec.
But good game, man.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
Hey, we're playing again in a bit, yeah?
World of Tanks turns 15. All these years, we've been changing and growing. But the tanker spirit endured in all of us. The game kept evolving, but always stayed unique. Together with you, and thanks to you. From August 8th, join the celebration of the 15th anniversary of this legendary game. Go to the album every day and open envelopes to look back at the highlights from World of Tanks history, and also get gifts. Customization elements, experimental equipment, and handy resources. Open envelopes every day, or at least every other day, to fill the progression bar and get all the rewards. The premium AMX ELC 901 tank. bonds, 3D attachments, and customization elements designed for this anniversary. Another surprise awaits you in battle. This message means there's a veteran nearby who registered in the first year of the game. This badge confirms their honorable status. A veteran's presence in battle boosts morale and profits. Players on both teams will get a boost to credits earned, including the veteran themselves in every battle. You'll return from the battlefield to a cozy garage that our old friends have decorated. They've even prepared gifts for you in a special battle pass. In it, you'll be able to make a crew from these garage tankers. They're keen to get back into action. Decorate your tanks with customization elements inspired by the good old Forest Garage. Receive Tier 8 Premium Brennos tank in the free progression. You have 24 days to complete it, including weekends with autocannons. Arcade Cabinet returns for 2 launches on August 15th and 22nd. This time, it offers the exciting, overwhelming fire mode. Spin your barrels, bring down a hail of HE shells, and fire thousands of rounds per minute. Just what you need to relax and earn some rewards to boot. Also awaiting you in August are especially enjoyable Twitch drops from World of Tanks streams. Additional rewards for each victory where you're in the top 10 players by base XP. Economic bonuses during happy hours. Bundles with rare vehicles and customizations in the premium shop. Discounts on all the necessities. Equipment, consumables, customizations, and of course, vehicles. Here's to 15 years of World of Tanks. Let's make this August go off with a bang. Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown sponsored by AMD together with Advanced Gaming. Hello Moff, are you ready for some more 15 on 15 action today?
I'm looking forward to more today than the previous games that we saw in the quarterfinals. This is where we get into the real meat and potatoes, right? We get into the semifinals. We've wheedled out the weaker teams in the competition. We're left with the final 4.
One big surprise yesterday, I think. Most of the matches going according to expectations, except for match number 2, Kylie versus Aurora. Aurora actually coming out ahead, picking that one up. It's a bit of a surprise.
That was more than a bit of a surprise. I was shocked. I didn't know what to say after the result from that match. Just Kylie was this up-and-coming team that had had more recent success, coming 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 consecutive clan showdowns, and we were expecting them to be the big team that could maybe be the one to take down the juggernaut that is Invil, but as we can see there in the graphic, it's going to have to be one of the other 4 teams, the other 3 teams.
So the schedule for today, first up we'll have Vortex versus Aurora, then we'll have Invil versus Motivatia, and then of course we're going to finish it off with the grand final. 3 matches today, 3 best of 9s.
Yeah, that's a long road to go. best of nines. If they go all the way that distance, then they will take quite a long time. You too can be winners at home, though. We've got drops coming your way, and that all-important and highly sought-after mystery drop, which you can collect after 240 minutes of watch time. There's a chance to get, I believe that is a Samoa or a Lorraine. I can't actually tell. And then you'll have to inform me.
That is a Samoa.
Yeah, and the other one is an XM, but I don't remember the second part of the...
XM was fine, not the one with the big alpha, 400
Not
alpha.
the one with the big alpha, the one with the small alpha.
Yeah. So that is a potential that you can get today of those mystery drops. Don't forget to refresh as well, make sure that everything is counting correctly. What is not a mystery is what the team that wins will be taking home 18 of these 9070s sponsored by AMDs as well, which is of course a very, very nice thing to have on top of the price pool that there is already, thanks to AMD. I mean, I would like one of those as well, Moff, but you know, Kihan's stolen all the extra ones.
Did he? I was not aware of this.
I'm not sure, but I'm just assuming.
Maybe he sold them on the black market, and that's why he was able to afford another vacation. Perhaps. Anyway, Vortex versus Aurora is going to be the first matchup for today, and we can see the Vortex lineup that we saw in yesterday's matches as well. This team is kind of a blend of sort of three different groups. We've got the Vortex namesake, of course. They're newly promoted into the Onslaught Legends series, so we'll see that 7v7 team next time out in the OLS Season 4. Then they've got the Polish reinforcements from Lotus, guys like Redshire, guys like Miku, and all of that. And then you've got the W core. You have people like Itox, Ios, Nepal, Klurf. So a merging of three different groups of players together.
Yeah, it's a mix of experience versus Aurora's mix of, well, Germans across the board. They have that one win, you know, that one moment where Aurora peaked, and then afterwards they never really came back to that level anymore.
Everyone has their time in the sun, right? And although they peaked just that one time to win the tournament, they've always been a competitive force throughout the years. And this team, much like Invil does, they've evolved over time. It's not all the same players that have been in that winning team from that one occasion and through the last 5 years. We can see the community predictions actually quite evenly split between the two, just slightly favoring Vortex.
Slightly favoring Vortex, yeah. I'm not sure about your prediction, but I know Phil voted for Vortex. Well, what did you go with?
I actually went Vortex tiebreaker win.
Alright, so after yesterday's prediction...
Honestly, before I wrote it down, I was thinking of putting 5-2 Vortex, and then I had the voices coming into my head saying, your predictions are always wrong, so just pick opposite to what you think. And I went tiebreaker.
The real problem is when you start doubting yourself, though. Huh? When you let the doubt set in, that's really like...
well, I mean, I'm finished now anyway, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, enough of that. The pick and ban's coming through, and it is a best of 9, so we've got quite a lot to get through. Live Oaks is going to be the first map picked by Vortex. We have not yet seen this in the playoffs.
No, we haven't. We have indeed not seen it yet. Sand River then, a second map coming out as well, more of a 1-1 kind of orientated map. Then, of course, moving into Prokhorovka between these two. And after Prokhorovka, we'll see a little bit of Redshire as well, if it does happen to get that far. Tiebreaker is going to be Himmelsdorf, if neither team could win out in regular time. But yeah, starting it off on Live Oaks, a map we haven't seen yet, Moff.
No, and I'm quite interested to see what we're going to get cooked up. I'm also looking forward to, if we get there, to Redshire again. I know it's not the most popular map for the teams, but it's just because we haven't seen it in competition for such a long time. I feel like there's ideas and maybe some things that we can see the teams cooking up, and of course the classic, the grand old arena that is Himmelsdorf being the tiebreaker. It's kind of a perfect map pool in that way. It
is indeed. What do we expect from Live Oaks? Of course, many things has to be expected. Oh no,
he went
with Aurora.
German bias.
He's trying to play favorites, huh?
Well, we'll see. Phil is the overlord of competitive, of course. He's the puppeteer pulling all the strings, so he is the one that has the script, and maybe he knows something we don't.
I mean, maybe he does, but maybe he's just flat out wrong off. Maybe this is your moment to, you know, return to the fold.
Return to form. 5-4. I don't know. I still get the impression from Vortex. I believe they're the stronger team, but I just get the feeling that they're not the kind of team that's going to win it super cleanly in every single round. And we're just going to have this scrappy back and forth affair. Anyway, we're going into the first round between Vortex and Aurora. Vortex bringing out double mouse, double E5, an STRV, a Wheezy 113, an EBR, and then 8 IS7s.
In return, Aurora bringing a bulk of IS7s themselves, double 279, Type 71, a Hori, and double EBR.
What do we make of the Wheezy pick?
I mean, 395 pen. Can deal with, for example, a 279 sitting at D8 pretty easily.
Oh, though, look at those IS7s parving. Look at the minimap right now. We're focusing on Jackie versus Alexandros and those EBR spotting trades, but there's IS7s going into the middle from both teams here. Albert going on a solo mission, just trying to get to that hold down in the middle, but look at the torpedoes. They're going straight through the middle. Two different groups of IS7s split off from each other. Aurora, are they in position to punish this?
It doesn't seem to be right now. They're going to continue pushing the south, but they're going to run into double mouses on that part of the map, and Vortex here may have just had a brilliant read on the situation without ever knowing it. Albert in that I7 is just dead, and this mid push, something we really haven't seen before. Andrija is bleeding for it, though, will find success.
Yeah, they will. They will pick up that first kill on Albert, and they haven't really lost anyone else in return. They're also just continuing the push on towards Timmy, and Aurora, they're actually going to just try and push the spawn, but they're not actually going with enough guns here. There's only 4, and there's the 5 of Vortex. Flamesong needs to be careful, though. He's exposed and caught in the open. Not really a great position for him to be, and he's going to just hang out under the bridge and wait it out. Meanwhile, Vortex are pushing in towards the cap in A9. They need to get rid of the EBR of Alexandros, though, because as long as he's able to continue to spot the cap, they're just going to get farmed here. But there's a shield being created. That could cause problems.
Seems like an overreaction from Vortex, so to go all in on the cap right now. Winning zero line would probably be a better choice. I think they're realizing this now as well, as they're kind of bailing off of that cap with a few people. They really thought that Aurora would be pushing the base with more, but honestly, I think they can hold it with what they have right now. Double mouse and an E5 should be able to deal with it. Now you can see, yeah, that cap being abandoned altogether. They realize maybe this is just not worth it. They push off, which is actually the right move as well, on towards those tanks in the zero line. Leon is the first one in the I7, and this first match here between these two is proven to be one of very, very high pace. And so far, Vortex is leading the game with that as well.
Yeah, Jackie taking a shot of damage. Alexandros has been spotted out in the EBR. He's going to try and find the kill on towards Clef, but he's taking significant damage for it, and Tarks will deny Alexandros from getting that kill. Meanwhile, Aurora are struggling to pick up the pieces here. Itox is Amaract in his mouse, though, so he's not going to have the DPM to kill these remaining IS7s, but I think Aurora have just about run out of guns here. The aggression, the force of nature just straight through the middle of the map just completely took us by surprise, and probably Aurora as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is a pace that Aurora is very used to, like straight IS7s pushing down the middle, catching Albert, and then Vortex had their moment, I think, where they got a little bit confused by what was really happening. They tried to go for that cap, but pushing over the zero line was the right choice. They did get there at the end of the day, of course, but really good stuff here from Vortex on this first round.
It's almost as though it was too good to be true. Like, they couldn't. It's almost like they didn't believe that things were going as well as
and they felt the need to cap.
Yeah, they felt like they were under pressure to cap, but the reality was they were just dominating everywhere across the map. I don't think they really lost any positions at all. I think the one mistake you could argue, actually two. One is the decision to try and cap with the shield, and the second is probably Flamesong getting caught in the Wheezy. Probably shouldn't be going down there.
Yeah, but then in the base you have double mouse and an E5 versus like 4 or 5 tanks. The double mouse is always going to be holding on for a while, and it's also supported by the STRV and a tank in the back. Itox actually coming top damage as well with 5.4. Surprisingly low amount of damage from Ios. I would have expected more from him, but you know, he has shown that maybe STRV is not his greatest tank.
Well, we'll see. We've got a lot of rounds to go, so see whether he can have a redemption arc from yesterday's experience. I did tell him to watch less TikTok during the game, so that maybe he'll listen to that. But I'm not actually sure what position he was even in. Was he in the spawn with the mouse?
He was like, you know where the house is? A little bit behind that, roughly. So
yeah, the normal TD house. Yeah.
It was not the greatest STRV game, though. Only the people in the south really driving in the open. But the speed of this battle is the surprising factor. Again, Aurora not known to play a high pace, and Vortex kind of forced their hand into playing a quick and aggressive game.
Do you think that's something that Vortex would be looking to exploit in this game? The slowness with which Aurora like to make the decisions? Like, maybe you know, if they had another 2 minutes additional time to react to that push, they could have formulated a better defense.
I mean, I think on Livebox is definitely a possibility for Vortex, because you can't really play that passive if you're Aurora. Like, you can't really hard camp Livebox that well. We've seen it 100 times and it gets broken quite often.
It's not as powerful as the likes of Murovanka, is it?
No, not even close. So keeping that into consideration, yeah, you can definitely put up some pace here. Although now they're going to be defending themselves.
Will they continue the aggression is the question. Vortex, I don't get the impression that they're a team that likes to play passive at all. I think you wanna feel like you're in control of the situation rather than waiting to lose.
Yeah. Like on the defense, you can still do a lot of moves. Like this 9-0 lane where Aurora is going, it's the most passive approach, but it's also the most studied. You know, like everybody knows how to kind of play against.
It's like the default 9-0. I mean, you see, you know, people will know if they've played Clan Wars on this map. It's the classic. Everyone goes 9-0, and then you have one light tank who knocks over all of those trees in the bush line in the spawn, and then the light tank just drives up and down that bush line to not get blind fired.
The lineups will say a lot, but yeah, Vortex, this team coming together might end up in the first finals, you know, together.
Maybe. And it's an interesting, like we already said, it's an interesting combination of players, because
for them it's great that W decided not to play and split up.
For Andrea, yeah. But to be fair, Andrea being the team captain and the main leader, right? I almost want to say that he's like Frugo's young apprentice. I'm not exactly sure what the dynamic between those two is, but I always got that impression that he was under Frugo's tutelage. But then again, Andrea in the past also played within the W15v15 team previously, so it, you know, if W were playing, there's a pretty good likelihood that a lot of these players would just be in that team anyway.
Sure. Sure. It's just a different mix, but it's working out for them. Now the question is what actually they're gonna do. This is a really interesting live oaks. I don't remember the last time I saw i7s from both teams drive down the middle of the map.
Well, poor Albert, he got kind of hung out to dry, right? He just thought, oh, I'm just going to go to this nice defensive position, and suddenly he just got jumped upon by 10 different guys.
I mean, maybe Albert likes it. That's interesting. Vortex coming in with quad chieftains, 6 i7s, a mouse, double 79, and WBR.
Aurora are cooking as well, though. Look at that. 3 triple Ho-Ri. Triple Ho-Ri from Aurora, double EBR, double mouse. They've got a Type 71, 1279 of Timmy, and then 6 IS7s of their own. But triple Ho-Ri? Triple Ho-Ri.
It is a lot of Ho-Ris. It's also 3 tanks that are not really in the fight, though.
Yeah, it's not the greatest in hand-to-hand combat at point-blank range, but with the very, very powerful 360 AP shells, with the normalization values, I imagine that they're planning to absolutely blast the guys who are currently in D7, D8. The 279 and the mouse, like and Andrea. I'd imagine that that's the intent behind bringing the Ho-Ris.
But you still have to...
Already a blind shot.
be able to hit them as well. Because look at Miku, I think he's spotting that exact possibility. Old King Saladin, ooh, they're still committing. They're gonna keep driving under, I guess, in this scenario. They almost have to keep driving under. They're committed at this point. They seem to be fine as well. Flamesong there taking a big one to the face. I think that's from one of the Horis, and you can see these I7s will probably just continue moving under, but will they get punished for this?
That is the question. We've only got just the couple of Horis aiming on the crossing now, but the damage, how much is it going to be? Are the I7s actually going to make it all the way into the safe zone? They're just going to get overpeaked by everyone from the side of Vortex. They are not going to allow these guys to go all the way across for free. But at the moment, it's only Aladdin who's really taken that much damage.
Yeah, but now though the Vortex speaking from the south corner here as well with Itox, Flamesong and Darkstick, they're forced back actually because of the fact that they're getting shot from the back lines as well. And Lycan and Andrisha trying to do what they can. They pick up the first kill. It's Andrisha and the mouse, and there the elevation of the mouse, the fact that it's so far up, a tall tank, actually makes it a little bit easier to shoot those I7s.
Yeah, it does allow him to get much easier shots than otherwise would have happened. But look at the HP difference though. They are going to be killing these 3 IS-7s over time. The HP is about 2,000, 3,000 in favor of Aurora right now, for what that's worth. And now the punish is coming on towards Andrea. Aurora turn their attention to the mouse. They turn their attention towards Like in the 279. I want to see what the POV is like for the Hori, namely the Hori that's currently on the rails, what kind of shots he actually has on that 279 right now. But importantly, Miku is still in the water. He's still in the swimming pool. He's still in the pond, and they do not know where he is.
Don't forget, the mouses for Aurora also carry a lot of HP in this battle. It's about 6,000 for them. Located on that double German super heavy. Ooh, like taking a big one. That has to be the Hori from behind.
Yeah, that's Scatter from downtown. So Like will be going down very shortly. Reroll's already up to 4,000 damage at the 3-minute mark in this game. You can see these Aurora Horis are really putting in the punish. And look at the HP deficit now, Daki. It was only a measly 2 to 3k initially, but now it's almost 5k for Aurora.
You can see Vortex pulling more things back though. They are pulling towards this 0 line, and Redshire getting punished. So is the other ones crossing over, Like trying to retaliate on towards the Hori. Finally they get the 279 in position to spot out this this 2 tanks sitting there. But now the repush from Vortex coming in on towards Timmy. Multiple angles being created. They will find that 279. That's another gun down from Aurora. And yeah, the HP deficit, you talked about it, but gun in the game is also a factor, and this one is really looking bad at this point for the side of Aurora. They're going to be 4 guns down versus just 1 from the side of Vortex. And Like is still alive.
Like is still alive, and you would really love to have a Hori right now in A4 sniping while Timmy was getting pushed there. They're starting to HE spam that 279, so eventually you'd imagine he is going to go down. But now Aurora, they're going to have to reposition because they're getting pressured in the city. Alex pushing forwards in his IS-7. He's possibly going to spot Magnus running away, and Magnus could be exposed to numerous angles here, but I'm not sure anyone's really in position to punish him for this play. But Vortex still pushing in the city here. I'm not sure they have the guns to commit to this.
Baron now crossing over with his I-7, starting to peek out. There's indeed double Hori, triple I-7, so numerous forces here for the side of Aurora. Vortex, I think, realizing this, are now halting. Alex and the EVR needs to be careful down towards the one-shot as well. Steve in that I-7.
Steve's in trouble.
Yeah, Steve's always in trouble, let me tell you. But now, closing the distance again, are more tanks from Vortex. Look at the train that's coming. You have these 3 tanks in this area where Kloof, Alex and Yossar, then Steve, but he's followed up by double Chieftain, another Chieftain behind, and there's another double IS-7 coming. Now, Aurora doesn't have the number of guns to stop that many.
No, they don't. And remember, it's the Horis as well, which are not built for this close hand-to-hand combat. And I thought Steve was in a bit of a troublesome position because he was all alone, and he only really has destructible buildings for cover, which eventually Aurora could tear through, but they're not really having the manpower to focus on that singular goal right now. As Vortex, they are grouping up. They have refortified this position, and Steve is now pushing forwards. He's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the push, but of course he wants to go in and take the initial shots to make sure his low HPs can have some late game farm rerolls. He did a lot of damage early on in the round, but I think his contributions in this battle will be coming to an end shortly. And Aurora, they're still up significant HP, but you mentioned the guns in the game, all important. Tarks, as long as he stays alive and he can just keep shooting, that is more DPM in favor of Vortex.
Yeah, now Philly in the Hori does put Tarks in the grave, but that's another shot wasted of that 650 alpha. Ooh, Leon with the fire on Klurf. He's not going to be too happy about that one. Chucky coming in with a shot as well. Elias with the finish of the shooting there. It is good from the side of Vortex. Klurf surviving on 7 HP. A high roll from the Hori, but not high enough. And now double the HP almost for Aurora. But the guns and Moth, there's this one thing. It's the double mouse. They still carry so much HP. One of them is arriving in the form of Albert, but the other one in the south completely out of the game.
Yeah, and Aurora have three tanks in the south that can't really affect the game right now, and Faley, he doesn't really have enough support from the rest of his team. Jackie is going to be able to prey on that opportunity. The lack of turret from the Hori is going to be costing him in this situation. Jackie has just have free reign here. He is off the hook to just go and make the push, make some plays. Only Albert is really covering in that mouse, and he can't do anything, so Faley is just forced to ignore the little EBR 105 because he can't turn away, and now it's just Baron stuck in the corner in A1, but it's still a complicated game to close out for Vortex. They still lack the HP across the board.
Pikachu now pushing on towards Flamesong, kind of throwing his HP away. Needs to wait for Sabo, in my opinion, because, you know, the mouse, you really want to utilize that massive HP pool it has. He does readjust, but he still takes another one, drops him to 695 HP. Can he find the finish, the shot? No, he bounces. So now Sabo's left to pick up the pieces. If Flamesong finds another shot here on the Type 71, it would be a disaster. Good shot there from Itox from the distance as well, though, with that IS-7. Sabo doesn't want to peek anymore. Looking over the rails, doesn't connect either.
Yeah, Flamesong is doing a great job of just being really, really annoying to Aurora right now.
Ooh,
because Sabo... Jackie died?
Yeah.
Did he get caught? He got caught in the city. I think he was full HP as well, no? So, and Sabo, he's committing for the play. Sabo is committing to the peak to try and get this kill on Flamesong, but that 279, it's going to be tricky to deal with, and Flamesong has been eliminated, but look how much HP Sabo, he basically sacrificed his entire HP pool just to get that one kill on a one-shot target.
Yeah, but Chucky dying is pretty bad, though. You know, like, Chucky dying was pretty bad for the side of Vortex. He was indeed full HP, and then I think Scather hit the Ignite even to put him out of his misery. Now YOLO has a lot of room to look for a possible angle of approach, but time is ticking. Baron finds a kill on towards Nepal, though. Albert coming in with his mouse as well. Will take one from Klurf. Good shooting there from Klurf. Now they drop him within the 3-shot range.
Oh, look at Miku. Miku looks like he was going to try and go for the escape, trying to go through the middle of the map, but he is detected. They know where he is. He hasn't gone down yet, so some missed shots coming in from Aurora probably, but Aurora, they're closing out the city. They will kill these remaining tanks here. Albert will go in and just take the initial brunt of damage, and that will allow Baron and Scatter to peek in and get their shots off, but that is not the question right now. The question is, are you going to be able to kill those two tanks in A0? Are you going to find Miku? Because he is running full speed all the way to the corner of the map right now. YOLO is in hot pursuit, trying to catch that speeding EBR, but Miku is a one-shot. YOLO has some HP to spare, so he should be able to, if he can find Miku, he should be able to get that kill.
He's driving past, and Klurf is playing a drawn-out game as well. Kacha spots out one, but Miku currently not found. YOLO is gambling that he kept driving south, but he's gambling wrong. Klurf will not be able to kill Baron unless he does something.
Doesn't matter though.
Ooh, actually, Klurf has a potential here. 5 seconds left. Yeah, Miku might be.
Oh, wait, YOLO, look at YOLO. He's turning back.
He is turning back. 15 seconds. YOLO might find it. Itox finds the kill though. So there's another 1v1 there. YOLO gets spotted out, so he knows Miku is hiding somewhere in that area. But Itox against Sabo is another one. Baron looking as well. And there is YOLO picking up Miku. 5 seconds left. It's just Itox remaining. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Can Baron find the shot? I don't think so. He bounces. And it's going to be Vortex to pick up their second round. Well,
brother, that was an interesting round. Vortex, I don't think it can actually get closer than that to losing the round. and that last shot at the end, we just barely saw it. The ding that came on Itox's IS-7 because he was forced to go forwards into the line of fire of Baron because Sabo was flanking around the other side of the building. But the IS-7 from range, you don't have that great a pen, and sniping at an IS-7 with an IS-7 is not a fun experience.
No, and Hori is actually working out there for the side of Aurora. 5.7 for scatter, 5.3 for rerolls, 2.5 for Feli, but
the mouse not so much though.
Did Sabo only have HE loaded, or like what is this?
The 246 was the one kill he got on Flamesong. That was the only damage he did in the entire game.
Yeah, but direct hits penetrations, 0 penetrations.
Was he? No, he didn't get a kill. He didn't get. There's no kill, so he didn't. He wasn't even the one to get Flamesong, was he?
No, but like he has 10 direct hits, 0 penetration. Was he only running HE, or what's happening?
He was shooting at like with HE, the 279 in the beginning.
But he didn't pen a single shot, yeah, this whole game.
I mean, he did more than Link.
Sure, but
3.7. Okay, blocked by like that 279 that they started spamming HE at.
He survived for a long time.
I'm surprised that YOLO had the read there, to the presence of mind to turn around to go into the corner to find Miku.
Oh yeah, the double back.
Yeah. Just really, really, really great awareness, but it's all for naught, really, because it's Vortex who take the 2-0 lead in this best of 9 series. They take their own map pick, they take the first map, and we're going to go on to Aurora's pick of Sand River.
I mean, it's 2-0 for Vortex, but I mean, I like the repushes they did in the second game, but I think Chucky dying there at some point was like the real turnaround, because a full HP EBR is very powerful in a late game scenario.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, because it's so powerful, he probably tried to overcook and then maybe did something a bit too risky that didn't come off, and then ended up going down. But that was off screen, so we didn't see what happened there. I mean, for all we know, because there's some bumps in the city, there's some little piles that you can clip your EBR on and flip your tank. For all we know, he could have flipped his EBR somehow.
Maybe it is. I mean, it's possible, but what a crazy game! From full-on action to that one, it was a good live hooks. Now we go to Sand River, which will probably be slower though.
We would expect it to be a slower pace. I don't think we'll get quite the same speed out of Vortex just charging across the open in that first live oaks round. But the triple Ho-Ri in that previous game was pretty interesting to me, especially how effectively it worked out with that many sniping targets into Sand River. Though Vortex against Aurora, Vortex bringing triple 60 TP. Then they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 IS-7s, 1 mouse, an STRV, and an EBR.
Aurora in return, 9 IS-7s, 4 Yos, and CS and an STRV might be heavy K-line.
Interesting that they've gone for the Yo tanks, because for the rest of the teams, it seems like it's fallen out of favor, having previously been popular in the last clan showdown. But look at where Aurora's pathing. They are going straight into the K-line. They are taking the shortcut, which means that they want to go for the fight. They want to go for the brawl, and Jackie will spot it out in good time, and he gets out, doesn't get caught. The information has been provided.
And there's limited forces going K-line from Vortex. Limited, I mean, there's still a mouse in the middle of the map. There's double IS-7 in the base. The rest is on the K-line, but Aurora is going to go for this over push here, and they have quite a lot of targets in front of them. Ignite by Chlorophon towards Link, but now the forces are arriving from both teams, and Vortex is challenging in some capacity, but they're going to have a real problem with those Yos come high up on the K3 position.
Yeah, those Yo tanks are going to be able to peek in towards K3 and be hold down, but they won't be safe from the STRV from the mouse in the middle of the map. So Yoz needs to go Supernova in that STRV right now. the IS-7s of Aurora are choosing not to overpeak for the kills, so they're quite happy to just play off of the Yo-Tanks, but you can see what I mean. The crossfire that comes in from the middle of the map, from Isles in his SDRV, from Itox in his mouse. Itox actually pushing all the way up into the middle, and that's going to trigger the push from Aurora. They don't want to waste any more time while their Yo-Tanks get farmed. They're going to go in for the brawl, and as we always see, Vortex, they try to flip the script, they try to hop over the rails, trades going on all over the place. I think there may have been an Amarak in there as well, but Rishik and Miku managed to escape the brawl.
Yeah, the big Amarak there on towards Albert, and now Aurora down 6,000 HP, but they need to play gun in the game. They're pushing back over once more into the middle of the map, but this train of Aurora just seems to be a dead train as the back ones are dying. Leon now pushing in between the buildings as well. They are eliminating guns, but Miku plays ring around the rosy and says, well guys, up is down. I'll flip around one more time, and as he does, he's back on towards the K-line, and now though Vortex has taken a tremendous amount of map control back with that EBR, with that IS-7 as well, potentially even a looming K-line repush as well.
Yeah, look at Sabo now forced to overpeak. Nepal's actually committed quite far away from the rest of his team at the moment, but it's probably going to be fine. The K-line repush, the Zerg of the 60 TPs, the great repush back across the K-line. They will take it back from Aurora. Aurora have nothing left to give. They've sacrificed all of their HP at this point in the round, and all that remains is for the 60 TPs to go up and over.
Yeah, I think Aurora hesitating there, waiting for the Yos, probably not the right decision. You know, gave Vortex a little bit more time to get those tanks in position. You saw the Yos were not having a good time peeking that position either.
No, they waited until they started getting farmed and then went for the push in, and I don't know, it's difficult to say what...
There's a big missing part though here. Like, usually when you do something like this, you try to have some middle control as well, which Vortex took away, because then those guys on the outside, they just die, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. If they had someone in middle in F4, F5, maybe even an SDRV, it would have just absolutely rinsed all of those Vortex guys who pulled back from the advanced K-line position, and they were sitting way more passive. They would have been completely exposed to anyone sniping from middle.
Yeah, so that's what Aurora was really missing, like that middle control that shoots everything on the outside of the J line. They didn't have it. I mean, they had an
SDRV, but he wasn't there, was he? He was sniping from J2.
The only thing that was really out was like a CS for a little bit, but you know, like he just left because he can't hold it. And you know, for Vortex, they may have stolen the second round, but this third one, they did not. It's 3-0.
Yeah, and I think that could come back to bite them, that one round that they lost to time.
It would give them something to play off right now.
Yeah, because it's currently 3-0, and it would have been 2-1. But
I think 2-1 and 3-0 are like miles apart for mental.
Yeah, it's only 1 round difference versus the 3 round difference. Not to mention the tilt factor from losing such a desperately close round. Scatter doing 5.4 in his SDRV. We expect nothing less. Those IS-7s at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's kind of hard for them to get involved. Yoz does do the standard practice from SDRV players of the magic 5k number. And Aurora heavily punished for making this K-line pressure.
So it's 3-0 now for Vortex. They're on a cloud, floating. They have everything in the palm of their hand now. Sure, they played from the better side of Sun River first, so kind of expected them to win, but they have some margin of error here.
They can afford to drop around. I don't think that's really the mindset that you want to sink into. You're probably thinking at this point.
The last team that I heard say that we have some spare rounds or something along those lines was a certain Hive when they were up 3-0 against a certain Fame, and they ended up losing in tiebreaker.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. If
not memories you or Phil would have, since you guys have only been casters, but you know.
I remember watching it though. And
yeah, I just remember you guys were swinging at me yesterday for losing against me.
Hey! I did not take a swing. I know my place, right? I know my place.
So it was only Phil swinging?
It was only Phil swinging, but Phil can afford to take the swing because he has like the giant shield of being the overlord of competitive. He's kind of got that
coaches don't play
that badge like chained around his neck. So
I think the only one having a chain in that office is Kian.
The old ball and chain.
Yep. Basically. No, but for Vortex, you know, it's really good performance so far this tournament.
Yeah, it's looking great right now. I definitely expected more of a struggle. I just thought that it wouldn't be quite so cleanly done for them, but I suppose I just underestimated the caliber of team. And if, you know, as it's the way it's going right now, it looks like it's going to be a Vortex win, and if they continue this run of form, could it be enough to challenge what we expect to be Invil? Could be Motivacija, but we expect it to be Invil in that grand final. Is this the kind of form that could take down that sort of team?
Well, that is a good question. I think the answer to that is no, but I'm willing to be surprised.
Well, they've surprised me so far in how they've managed to deal with Aurora. Aurora staring into a black hole right now. It's 3-0. If they lose this one, they will be facing the only option left, which is the full reverse sweep, which is notoriously difficult to pull off, but oh so magical when it does. Vortex going on to their defensive round of Sand River with what appears to be 9 IS-7s, 22279, a Badger, a Jagdpanzer E100, and Jackie in the EBR.
Aurora in return, bit heavier though, 560 piece, 4 IS-7s, a Mouse, a 279, an E5, an SRV, an E3, and an EBR. You could see Vortex heavily north focused in the beginning.
Yeah, they're going to clear out that A line initially, and Aurora mostly going for the south of the map. They've got the E5 STIV in those pocket positions designed to punish any mid-aggression or K-line pressure across the map. Alexandros going for an interesting line with his spotting run through the middle of the map at the start and then pivoting in towards the K-line, and he spots out the 279. So Aurora should have an idea that there is no such K-line pressure coming from the side of Vortex right now. But Fairley could be in some serious trouble, depending on whether Vortex are interested in pushing here. I think probably not, given how defensively they're setting up in the spawn.
I mean, the question is, does Vortex keep pushing up from this? But it doesn't seem to be that way. It looks like it's just going to be a control. Oh, they're even going to boost an IS-7 now.
Ooh. You know what I'm thinking right now. EBR Racing boost. EBR Racing boost. Flamesong gets a helping hand from the rest of the team, and now he's up in a position that he can't actually do any damage from, but that's not the goal. The goal here is that he's able to poke over the top of that hill with his turret, his very powerful IS-7 turret, and he can spot the entirety of this portion of the map, which means the Vortex have a lot of information. They have this early warning system which will alert them to any presence of Aurora.
Yeah, and Philly, they're taking some damage, even forced back. Flamesong taking a shot as well, though. So not fully safe.
Aurora have a bunch of tanks grouped up in C0, though, and I don't think Flamesong is actually going to be spotting them. So, could that be a weakness for Vortex right now? That they don't know that there's a bunch of unspotted tanks in C0? How many tanks is it? I think it's maybe 3 or 4?
Yeah. It seems like 3, maybe 4.
That's not enough to take A0, if that would be of interest to Aurora. Vortex have the numbers right now to stop this, but we know, we said multiple times before, Aurora is a very slow-paced team. They love to take their time and try and work things out, clear all the angles methodically, and think about how they want to break it down. But at the moment, they've lost about 3 minutes on the clock, and they haven't really gathered a whole lot of information right now. The only thing they really know is about Flamesong in that boosted IS-7 and the 2279.
Well, Aurora needs to start thinking about what their move is. It's 4, because they don't have that much time. The thing is, if they want to use this trap, it's currently not going to achieve anything. There's too many tanks from Vortex there. Aurora doesn't know that. So if they decide to Reaper Zero Line at some point, they're going to run into a hefty commitment there from Vortex still at this moment in time.
Yeah, and that's like 1/3 of the team that's stuck there, right? That's like actually most of your pushing force that's stuck in that position. So if they have to push in the 1-2 line without their IS-7s, that's not ideal at all. The 60 TP is it's a beefy heavy tank, but it's not really designed to be the fast pushing torpedo power of the IS-7s. And Vortex, they've seen something, or there's some voices in their head telling them that they want to rotate back to spawn. And as we said before, Aurora didn't have the numbers to win the North. With all of those IS-7s rotating back, they definitely do now.
Well, now they do, because Vortex has made a big rotation towards 1-2. Maybe potentially off of the spot as well. Adi now backing off and Vortex arriving. And Adi taking some more damage. Like will make it away. Adi continuing to run. I mean, he's taken a lot for this.
They're really believing that this push is coming in. So much so that Like is willing to trade half of his HP just to get there. But ooh, Vortex, they're not actually thinking about holding right now. They're thinking about going for some sort of push. Steve is spotted currently in his IS-7. That might give the game away here. But if they go for this push right now, realistically, all they're going to find is Magnus.
I mean, I don't think they're going to continue pushing off of this. It's more of a trap, but Aurora's about to break open this if they make a move on Zero Line.
If they make a move, that's the question. And they're so painfully frustrating to watch sometimes. If they only knew that it was wide open and free for the taking, but they're holding strong in their trap in C0. They're waiting for their own internal timing of when they want to go. Vortex are actually moving those IS-7s back a bit. I think they overreacted initially. They really thought that push was coming in straight away from Aurora, but it was not the case.
I mean, they have to do something with these tanks on Zero Line, no?
They do, and they are going now. You know what I find interesting, though, is that Andrea isn't even interested in trying to do one shot in the Jagdpanzer. He's not even concerned with doing damage, just purely there for the shield. So Vortex is essentially playing with 14 right now.
Oh, now they take Zero Line with 3 minutes 30 left, and they'll find nothing there.
But still,
it's gonna be hard, but it's.
But do you remember the game yesterday between Kylie and Aurora, where Kylie, they just conceded more and more map control as the clock went down, and there may have only been 3 minutes left, but if you give up the entire map, you can see what that's causing. Flamesong is now in crossfire. He's getting shot from the balcony in F1. That's compromised these IS-7's positions. This is what happens when you give up so much of the map for free. 3 minutes on the clock. Nepal taking damage as well. This could unfold very quickly.
Itox actually getting set on fire blind by Timmy, and you can see these IS-7s like fish in a barrel, bleeding, getting punched through from multiple angles from F1 as well. And Redshire is now dying in the shield. Chucky being forced away. It's 27,000 HP in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, but that can start dropping rather quickly when it comes down to it. And now Vortex is left in this peculiar situation where do we sit, do we hold, or what's the play here? They're actually going to do a breakthrough move. The best position to be in is when you're fully surrounded, because that means you can attack in every single direction, and that's exactly what they're going for. They are spotted though by the EBR of Alexandros, who does spot this little movement out. And do they continue with it with those 4 IS-7s? Do they commit that HP to the push, or do they decide to hold in that area? It seems like they are opting to hold. Klurv getting set on fire as well, minus 2k. Scatter even coming above them with the SCRB. It's 18,000 HP now in 1 minute and 50 seconds. So that's dropped by about 8,000-9,000 in very quick fashion, and I don't think Vortex here will be able to hold on for just long enough.
You can see which way this is going when you see an SDRV playing on the front lines, just farming the HP away. It is exactly like the game between Kylie and Aurora before.
Oh, he's dead.
Aurora pushing in. They've just got to farm all the HP. There's 12,000 remaining, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, and still 15 players alive for Aurora. They have more than enough DPM to achieve that goal, as Vortex are just helpless. There is absolutely nothing that Redshire can do, and it's all of their own design, it's all of their own making. They just gave up so much map control for free, just thinking that they could hang on without holding any of the key positions on the map. Aurora have still yet to drop a gun in this round.
I mean, Miko, with 50 seconds left, surviving, I don't think it's going to happen. He may be full HP, but I don't think it's going to be happening today, as Aurora starts coming in, the aggro STRV even parking up in front of him. And yeah, the damage starts being dealt pretty significantly. YOLO should find the finish. He does, and the Badger falls in the meantime. Aurora clean it up with 30 seconds to spare, but all 15 guns left alive.
Well. You know that you fudged up when the STRV can just stroll up onto your last remaining tank and just park it in front of you, perform a three-point turn directly in front of you, and then just change mode, la-di-da-di-da, and just start farming. It's so reminiscent of that game yesterday between Kylie and Aurora. They thought they were just fully in control, they had all of the cards, and then they just gave up the whole map for free.
Yeah, and they just lost all map control, and then you could see, like, if you have 5 squares left on Sand River, you do end up losing.
Who knew that map control was important? Who knew? Scouter doing 4K again. Actually not able to farm that much, but that's mostly because the entire team stayed alive, so everyone was shooting for the duration of that game. On the other hand, though, 279s of Vortex, they were the ones that were able to get the most damage out of that game. The Badger couldn't really have much impact at all. And then, of course, there's Andrea at the bottom of the scoreboard, who had absolutely no intention of shooting at any point in that round, which, again, basically meant they were playing 14 versus 15. And the shield never really had any sort of usefulness because of how the game just collapsed around them, the map control. But that is Sand River done, and if you're Aurora, you're going to be thinking back, it could be 2-2 right now. It could be 2-2 in this affair, but Vortex, they still got that 3-1 advantage, so they can kind of shake it off and move on to the next one. But if we end up going to a tiebreaker or things get out of control, they'd definitely be kicking themselves after that one.
Sure, if this match somehow turns to be out a lot closer than that one round that they lost, it's going to be a reminder for a long time. But Prokhorovka is coming up next, and, you know, we first have to see if Aurora can make it close, because it's still 3-1 right now.
Yeah, and we should point out as well, that round that they won is more so profiting off of a mistake from their opponent, rather than necessarily doing anything good, per se. It's not like they did anything bad, but we obviously believe that that was more the fault of Vortex messing up than Aurora necessarily doing anything good.
But Prokhorovka could be quick and explosive like Live Oaks, to be honest. It depends kind of on Vortex. I don't think Aurora is the one to be doing all the crazy moves, but Vortex might be.
Vortex will push. I don't think I have a doubt in my mind about that, actually. They'll either I mean, one of two things will happen. They'll wait for Aurora to push into them first. If not, they'll charge straight into them. Who's on the defense first?
You're the analyst. I have no clue, Mo.
Unless I'm really, really stupid, I think that Aurora is attacking first.
Can both things be true?
They could. They could.
I was just wondering, like, you know. We'll see now off which one of, well, or both. Vortex, triple mouse, double SCRV, double EBR, and 8 IS7s.
Aurora going with a can opener, E100. Then they've got 6, 7, 8 IS-7s, double mouse, an STRV, and double EBR. I don't think there's really an indication from either team's lineup as to who may be attacking or who's defending here. The only real difference between the teams is the fact that Aurora have a can opener and an E100 instead of one mouse.
So Vortex is defending first. Both teams with a core of rotational tanks at the very least, but as predicted, Aurora not making any crazy moves in the beginning. Just not the kind of team for that.
No, they're just going to position all their chess pieces across the map. Double STRV already set up in 1-2 line though, so Vortex, they're opening, they're going to react to see what kind of info they're going to get, and they might yet just go for the push immediately. But the dip has been taken by double IS-7, Flamesong, and Steve, immediately taking that control away from Aurora. Just going to give them some advanced warning system, and should it be the case that they get repushed in that dip, then they've got the whole squad in support as well. Double STRV is in 1-2 line. We saw kind of similar, I think it might have been almost identical strategy from Vortex in their match against Vulgus yesterday. They got the double IS-7 in the dip, and then they were all set up, prepared to reinforce. Aurora, though, are making moves of their own. They're having a look, they're driving with some IS-7s across that 890 line. And there's no one here right now. It's only really Jackie in his EBR, and he should be fast enough to get out, but he's got to be a little bit careful. YOLO is in hot pursuit, trying to see if he can spot that EBR, but the EBR camo is just so ridiculously powerful that Jackie has no problem. But this could be a real issue for Vortex right now, because Aurora, they're only committing double IS-7 to taking away this map control, so they've still got, by and large, most of their fighting force in position to support if there's like a 1-2 line push that comes in. There's a lot of the map that's being taken away by Aurora for free right now.
Is this some fall back into a hard camp strat?
At the moment, it definitely looks that way. I don't know if that's by design or Vortex's intention, or whether they feel a loss of confidence after the way that Sand River game went, whether they're hesitating on what the right call to make is. But Addy's position as well, you know, that mouse, he has a lot of armor, but if you're going to be sitting in the open exposed for the next 7 minutes, because he will get spotted, he will get proxy spotted shortly, and then he's just going to be in the middle of the open for the entire team of Aurora to take pot shots at him.
I mean, they have wasted 3 minutes at least, but it's not looking good for Vortex, I would say. Adi gets spotted out, so he is on the red line. The shots will start whizzing in soon from the middle of the map, but the question is, how long does it take to kill him? I mean, to be honest,
they might even consider moving
the STRV?
Scatter. Yeah, they might even consider moving the STRV to snipe him.
They bring Scatter into position, he will kill the mouse in like 2 minutes.
The only problem with that is that if you take away that key piece, your key sniping,
you cannot get repushed on 1-2 anymore. It's not possible. There's too many tanks in the middle. Like, you can take the STRV away from there, and they will drive down 1-2, and you will kill every single one of them normally.
And Aurora are reinforcing that middle part of the map, so not going to be a possibility. And all of the options are really getting away from Vortex now. There's not much left available other than camp it out, and if they do choose to go for the push down the 1-2 line, you have to imagine it's just going to be a complete slaughterhouse.
I mean, Miku went a little bit more aggressive and spots out the EBR from Aurora, and he's dead! Miku pushed up to F1. I was watching that. He pushed up to an F1 bush, and he spots out Alex trying to take a passive bush, so minus the EBR there for Aurora. It's going to be a little annoying in this game, and Yeah, the mouse
We
of
get sniped,
Ali
though.
still doesn't get punished. Yeah, he does get spotted out now. How much damage does he take? Probably not too much, because what is there to shoot at him? Double I7 and an SRV. And here comes the repush from Aurora now with those IS7s. Baron, Albert, Old King, Stimmy coming in. And you can immediately see there is a reaction from Vortex. Flamesong is not going to survive too long in his IS7. Nonetheless, I think he even bounces the shot there against Albert. But the rest of the IS7s from Vortex are coming back in. The Mouses as well. It's going to be an into the hole repush, but they're already down in HP, down a gun as well. They're coming, they're swinging. The Mouses are in as well. This has to be it from Vortex. Steve dies before the repush comes into full effect, but they will clean up the bowl area nonetheless for Vortex.
Yeah, this is basically Vortex's entire team. Both entire teams, in fact, just re-pushing. They really want control of just this one hole, because this isn't where they know that this is where the fight counts and where it all matters. The STRVs trying to snipe from distance, but it's really hard to get shots into this newly changed hole, because Proko, they changed it. It makes it much deeper, so it's harder to get those shots in. And Aurora at the moment, they look like to be, they're the ones that are actually winning it. The mouse of Like and Itox are unable to support their teammates effectively. They're overpeaking on the ridgeline, but the whole time they're doing that, that's exposing them to the STRVs. Everyone needs to get down under into the hole to avoid the STRV firing lines from both teams. So you see rerolls, he just lost so much HP for joining the rest of his team here.
Is there a potential that Vortex pulls back now into the actual camp and makes it work? Because they've kind of, the remainder of this team here is all inside of the hole now for the side of Aurora.
They're stuck here now.
Oh, YOLO spotted! YOLO spotted! If he dies, it's...
We got D-spotted.
He got D-spotted?
How did he manage to do that?
No, he got spotted again. Now he's spotted once more. That's YOLO getting spotted out. Aladdin over peeking, trying to get some shots on Eos. He's on fire. He's dead once more.
Rishik did manage to fall back before that disaster unfolded. We have no idea how YOLO managed to get out of that, getting respotted twice in a row without taking any damage, and that's going to trigger Aurora to go for the push. They decide that this is the time, while Vortex are bamboozled at the loss of another one of their STRVs. They're just going to go while it's good. The A1 STRV cannot help anymore because they're in the low ground once more. They have jumped into another dip, and Like is helpless. He has no one left to support him, and somehow YOLO is still full HP in his EBR, and he's pressuring Jackie. Jackie is probably spotted, unless he just took a blind shot somehow. Probably an observer bug going on there. Jackie is in fact spotted down to a one-shot, and it's just collapse. We went from this brief moment where we thought Vortex could maybe have trapped Aurora in the hole, but that's just not going to be the case, and YOLO has the HP to spare. He finds that kill on Jackie. Rishik is now just helpless in the corner in his STRV in A1, and there is no one left to help him. There is no support coming. YOLO is going to push straight into him. He gets that spot, and Rishik will get blown up by the guns from Aurora. Aurora will be winning this round and tying things up. Not tying things up, but they're going to claw back another round from that initial 3-0 deficit.
Yeah, they really needed the a little bit more control on 1-2 line after all for Vortex to keep the STRVs alive. Because maybe with the double STRV alive, they could fall back into full turtle. Maybe.
Do you think maybe, because at that point Vortex had both their EBRs alive, so do you think maybe one of the EBRs should have been more aggressive in D2?
I think, I think one of them should be covering the STRVs, yeah.
And from D2 as well, of course, you can spot all of those guys in the dip, so you can make sure that they don't leave unspotted as well.
I think once you lose the hole, you have to somehow try to turtle it out again, right?
But with what though? Because it was only
with the 3 heavies in the 2-3 line, and hope that you spot them leaving the holes so the STRVs can blast. If that's if you can keep one STR, at that point you put both STRVs. Like if you have a slight downtime, I think you put like one STRV can stay in C1 for a while, and the other one goes to A2. So you always have a farm on the 3 line as well if they push it. With double EBR versus only one, it would be really tough for Aurora to clear with the amount of tanks they have left.
7.4k from Scatter, but also 7.4 for Rishik and his STRV respectively. The 2 silent assassins in the background, I was only able to do 3.5. The double STRV, not, I mean, you know, they still had a lot of impact. I wouldn't say necessarily that they were the fault for defeat in this game. Specifically, YOLO doing 4.3k spotting in his EBR 105, but in a rare moment of Aurora making a decisive call to secure the win in that game. Normally they love to take everything slow and steady, but I think that decision to just go with YOLO and then just immediately push out of the dip to break out in that moment, the decisiveness really won them that battle.
Good stuff there from Aurora, and now things could have been different, Moff. It could have been 3-2 the other way, but it's still 3-2 for Vortex. But that was an interesting round from them, just giving up the East altogether so early into the battle.
Yeah, again, it's kind of similar to Sand River. They just give up so much control to their opponent for free. But I think in this particular game, maybe we could say that's more a result of the pressure from Aurora, because Aurora were smart enough to not fully commit with most of the team on the 9-0 line in the beginning of the game. They sent out this sort of scouting force of IS-7s to just make sure that 9-0 line area of the map was clear. So there was never... once you clear that part of the map for free, the only option left for Vortex is this dip repush, and you just put all your cards into that.
Well, second round of Prokhorovka coming up. Vortex now starting to struggle quite hard though against this a little bit more proactive Aurora.
And don't forget, it could be a 3-2 the other way because of that one very, very close round. We're gonna forget about that one because it was so early on in the match, but it's such a banger of a battle, individual battle.
What will we see? No, it's just so weird from both teams, like the way that they decided that the hole was the most important part. Vortex coming in, double SCRV, double EBR, double mouse, double 260, and 7 IS-7s.
Aurora an E100, double IS-7, double mouse, then they got 5 260s, double CS, a Badger, SDRV, and an EBR.
The Badger finally makes its return, Moff. Are you happy?
You like the Badger too, right? It's a nice tank. Let me ask you a serious question, actually. Oh, okay. We're seeing the lineups again. Would you rather, in a 15v15 tournament, would you rather play the Badger or the Tortoise, if you could?
Tortoise. 100% Tortoise.
Well, that's what I expected. You don't think... Wait, what would be the weaknesses? I mean, I guess the Cupola would be a problem, but... Looks like we are going to have a restart. One of the teams probably call it from a player disconnecting, I would guess, but we are going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get into the second round.
Always
of
the Tortoise.
Prokhorovka.
Every day the Tortoise.
I mean, I agree. Absolutely love the tank. I don't think teams are actually allowed to... They're not allowed to play tier 9s anymore, are they? It's against the rules. Compared to... I know back in the day, when artillery was in its altered state, that the M53, 55, the tier 9 American artillery was more popular. I can't remember why. Was it due to the arc or something like that?
I think it was everything. Speed, reload, damage. It was a combination of factors that made the M53 such a choice to pick for the teams back then. It was mainly on an A though.
Were there any other tier 9s that were ever popular and like considered to be meta? It's always quite a weird thing to imagine. I don't think so. That tier 9s would ever be preferable to the tier 10 counterparts. I mean, even with the Badger, like you're saying that you'd rather play the Tortoise than the Badger. Of course, like in a realistic scenario, the Badger is going to be more popular just because of the hold down potential. The Tortoise has a better gun, and does it have better DPM? Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I think it does.
I'm not sure. I think the Badger might have better DPM, which is on paper. I think the Badger has better DPM, if I'm not mistaken. but it's not really effective DPM because Turtus has like less alpha, so less reload, so it can actually track things, which the Badger can't.
True, but with the rise of HP boost, and particularly all of these players being on training accounts, press accounts that they are.
Yeah, don't you hate all those people playing HP Turbo?
Yeah, I'm not an HP Turbo enjoyer. I'm much more a fan of the classic Holy Trinity equipment, the rammer stabs, vents. I love my gun handling, I love my DPM, and I will sacrifice everything just to be able to hit a couple more shots.
Aye. I thought I was the one pushing 30. Moff needs to stab.
Well, I am from the UK.
What is that supposed to say? Please elaborate on that statement, Moff.
I rather not. I prefer not to speak. Anyway, we are getting into the round. The reset was called. We've got the lineups here ready. Miku and Jackie going towards the 1-2 line with double EBR, so looking for some sort of early aggression here, but they're not going to get it because it's Albert who's passive in a CS63, and at the moment, look how aggressive Miku is, and Albert lets off a shot, but there's no one really in position to punish these two players. The Badger of Old Kings is still just slowly trundling his way over towards that B1 position. So both Jackie and Miku not punished for that aggression whatsoever, just able to gain all of that control. I'm not sure they got what they were looking for necessarily. They were probably looking to pick the EBR, but still a lot of early info.
Well, they know that's a Hurricane on 1-2 line.
See that beautiful setup.
Yeah, I mean, if you're too bad to do damage, then you have to spot right.
It is super powerful though. I don't think it can ever be understated how powerful CBS is, especially combined with a Bond low noise exhaust. I don't think the CS is, like, of all the mediums, it's not really the highest camo, but still very powerful to outspot the EBRs nonetheless. Meanwhile, in that time, Katya has taken control of the hill with his IS-7, and he is just sitting in the open, just jiggling backwards and forwards, just trying to avoid taking shots. But Vortex, that's going to trigger them to make an immediate repush, and a double track shot comes in on Clerf, and he's exposed on top of the hill in the middle of the open for all to see. The track repair speed coming in with that Bond HP boost on that IS-7 will help him out a bit. However, Katya now kind of left to the wolves. He's left to rot, left to die by the rest of the Aurora team, but that's only because Aurora are making a play of their own. They are trying to push over through the middle of the map. Actually, never mind, they're jumping the rails. They're not going for the mid push.
And going on an adventure, Moff, with Dora the Explorer traversing across the DE line potentially, and most likely going to try to push down 1-2 line. And you could see as well, there's still double I7 on K1 and STRV on K2 as well. There's only one EBR for Aurora, so hitting that STRV on K2 will be almost impossible, to be honest. If we're realistic about it, they're not going to be able to do that. And now they're pushing down 1-2 line, going to Baron, the team captain, trying to reinforce him, but it's very disjointed. STRV coming in, Hurricane coming in even. Already Vortex has established the rails positions at E6, and now they're pushing down, but Nepal crossing to K1 will add a third tank there. Actually, Baron doesn't even make it. Nepal might not make it either, actually, for that matter, in that 260 as he gets tracked and engine damage, but you can see already the tanks from Aurora, one by one, they go into the grinder as Timmy falls. Leon and company don't have a bright future ahead of them whatsoever. They have been able to pick up the 2 rounds before, but now it looks like Vortex finally finds some stability to play off on and will make it match point on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, they're into the meat grinder that is the crossfire between Rishik and his STRV. He's having a whale of a time right now, just being able to shoot at the rears of those 260s. Doesn't even have to worry about aiming at moving targets. They're just sitting stationary in the open directly in front of him. It is complete slaughter. Aurora, they felt like they had no other option but to cross over into the 1-2 line, but it was so telegraphed for so very long. Vortex had so much time to react and adjust, and Rishek was just sitting waiting the entire time for this one very moment where he gets to shine and pump out the damage for about a minute. And Aurora that is going to be all for them on Prokhorovka. Vortex going on towards match point.
It was, yeah, I mean, they repush Kacha, they do a good amount of damage to Klurf, but not nearly enough. He survives, and then they try to make this move, this kind of hasty move even, into the, not even the middle, because they didn't feel like they could push that, but towards 1-2 line, it takes a long time to do that, to be honest, to be able to make that over push happen. Especially with 1 EBR, you cannot clear the STRV on K2 ever, and you're so disjointed when you're driving down.
Do you think they have any other option there? Because technically you're only losing just the 1 IS-7, right? And the amount of damage that you did, particularly on towards Klurf, it wasn't totally meaningless. Like, you could argue that Aurora could fall back into some different defensive hold. Again, Redshire doing 7.2. My guy's been averaging probably like 7k DPG, over 7k DPG for the last 2 Prokho games, so he's having a great time. Yo's actually quite unfortunate in that one not to be in the prime position to farm. 3 guys from Aurora did not even get to do a single shot of damage, unfortunately for them. STRV Scatter unable to have as much impact in this game, which is to be expected when your team just gets absolutely rolled so quickly.
Yeah, there's nothing there to be done by that STRV. And now Aurora will be kicking them again about that Liveox run, right? Because it's 4-2 now for Vortex's match point going into Redshire. Aurora is attacking first, so they're playing from the south, right? So at least there's that.
Yeah, they get at least the respite of playing, knowing that they're going to be playing from the better side of the map for whatever that's worth. I'm pretty sure every single team in the history of ever would still rather be on match point, but it's the little things, the little victories that you got to take, and if they are going to mount a comeback all the way to match point, then that's got to be the way to start.
Well, they have to take 2 rounds on Redshire and then win the tiebreaker on Himmels. It will be a tough challenge for Aurora. They had 2 good rounds, but this one, yeah, well, not that.
No, but now we're going to be moving on to Redshire, and as much hate as it's gotten from the players and teams, I still think that there is at least some intrigue in this map, at least for the time being, as to how you go about trying to solve the puzzle of the problems that the map presents in front of you. That cliff, though, would be... I think that would be quite interesting to be able to play that. I always find that the most interesting parts of the map that I want to go to are the ones that are just outside the map border.
What are we expecting here from Vortex on this defense? We talked about yesterday, you can't really play too passive on Redshire.
No, and we've already seen the result, the outcome, when you just give up all of the map control for free. We mentioned, go back to that Kylie versus Aurora game yesterday. Kylie had this defensive hold. They fortified the castle, the chateau, whatever it's called, with a bunch of 279s. And we were discussing in depth about how Aurora could and perhaps should have gone about trying to break it down. And they chose to do something different to what we were proposing. So do you think that they've gone back and had a look at that game and maybe had to think, oh, maybe we could do something different if we face a similar sort of defensive hold?
I mean, you'd hope so, because they definitely had opportunities in that battle, but they did not really go for them. That 1-2 break was pretty difficult.
Yeah, and judging by Vortex's lineup, I would be inclined to think that they're going to go for some sort of defensive posture here, bringing out, what is that, 6 279s, an EBR, 4 60TPs, double IS-7, another 279, and a mouse.
Aurora in return, though, WBR, SRV, double type 71, Chieftain, triple 279, and 6 IS-7s.
A blast from the past, the old Clan Wars Chieftain. How everyone truly loves that tank. Double EBR from Aurora on the attacking side means they're going to get split info across the map. Jackie going to be having the sole responsibility of being the eyes and the ears of the team of Vortex, but you can see most of them are going over towards that castle area, which I can't say we're really surprised about whatsoever. Jackie and YOLO trading off initial spots, and YOLO doing the same thing that we saw from Dopadipa in yesterday's game. You don't just showing us that you don't actually have to go aggressive here to grab the necessary information. You can actually be quite passive and preserve your life while still getting the spot.
Only 279 being committed up front for the side of Vortex in the beginning, but there's a lot more coming from the 1-2 lines though.
But are they actually going to push or are they going to hold? That's the question. This is really interesting. They're not even playing in the castle, they're just playing in the low ground here.
Well, Aurora is set up to try and counter this 1-2 line as much as possible, but...
don't they just get farmed here?
No, not really. Magnus needs to be careful.
Well, he's poking out now, trying to get some shots. Flamesong feels like he's forced to back off towards the slightly more defensive building. This 279's now over peaking on towards Link and Rishek, who are at a significant disadvantage being in the low ground. Timmy peeks out in the open and Timmy gets blasted. Just way overconfident there. Way too much trust in and belief in the armor of his 279. He does get to live to tell the tale though, so he gets a second chance at life.
Like will die, but he's trying to give Rishek a shield. The damage being traded is pretty good though for the side of Vortex. I mean, look at that. In the meantime, you can see the chip is significant as well. And not that much towards Link and Feli though. They get a good amount of damage and they do pick up that double 279. So like you said, they do clean it up. One of them surviving in the back, but again, Vortex traded out pretty decently for that at the very least. Nepal needs to be careful, tries to find a shot against YOLO, but there is a chieftain in the south.
Yeah, that chieftain in K7 is just the insurance. He's just the closing of the net, the last line of defense for the spawn. But Aurora now, given the amount of control they've got, there's so much presence in that castle area and on the ridge line. STRV just having oversight on everything at the moment. So that means Vortex, they're kind of forced to run because it's just the double IS-7 here. And look at Itox actually just driving through the open and his mouse actually just almost getting farmed from full HP for relatively nothing. And now Aurora are retaking control of that 9-0 line, and Vortex, you suspect that they're going to be in some kind of trouble. These three guys, Nepal, Tarks, and Itox, are going to have to sort it out amongst themselves how they want to defensively hold this corner of the map. Probably going to go all the way back, reversing all the way to the corner in A8 and make the classic shield.
I mean, it's starting to look like that battle on Sun River we saw from a different team. Well, not a different team, from Vortex as well, like pulling back more and more, giving them more and more map control. This is kind of what's happening here as well.
Yeah, and Jackie actually needs to be careful. He needs to get out himself because he's been trying to puff up his chest and sort of pretend that there's more here than there seems to be. But even he has to leave now, and once again Vortex are limiting their options, or limited perhaps by playing on this spawn of the map. They don't feel like they can really go anywhere, but they're grouping up with the 279s. It looks like they want to go for some sort of push, but I can't imagine that this is going to go particularly well.
I can't imagine it either, but we'll see. The 60Ps are now marching across, joined in by the double IS-7 that's coming from behind. The 1-2 line pressure is coming out as well, but already you can see Andrija starting to take some damage, leading the team through this corridor. They're still only down about 2000 HP though, so there is that for the side of Vortex, which is still going alright. They're now pressuring back up on the 3 line, but they will not be finding much success there as Aurora has simply pulled back. Flamesong now getting blasted on the crossing down towards a one-shot as well. Some shots coming out from those 60Ps, but there's nothing they can do against this 1-2 line that the Aurora has under control right now. There is 4-5 tanks here from Vortex. How many is here from Aurora is the good question. It looks about a similar number, so maybe just about enough tanks here for the side of Vortex to maybe do something with this after all.
Yeah, they could win the castle, but Aurora is closing in on the rest of the map. The WBR is in hot pursuit. They are closing the map down right now, and it's just Itox all left out at sea all by himself in that mouse in the corner, but still Vortex pushing through the castle area. Tarks just leading the charge, ignoring the 279s behind, just trying to catch the stragglers as they try to run away. The repush from Aurora in the rest of the map is coming in, though the Type 71 sitting on top of the hill. Reroll's even going for the ram just to further his DPM, allow him to shoot a target that has more HP. Meanwhile, Vortex, they are going to be winning the castle area, but they're trading out, and it's taking so long for them to achieve their goal. Only now have they killed the final tank, which was Link. But look at Aurora's positions. They're in a bit of a crossfire now. The castle area is going to be able to have a lot of shots on towards these guys in these positions. And Aurora, they may have more HP in this position, but look, they're kind of surrounded. Even Itox has crossfire in the mouse.
Ooh, Clerv there gets a shot on Kacha to finish him off. Needs to be careful from behind now. And the HP deficit is about 4,000 for Vortex. But let's be real, the STRV, we cannot include that. That's immediately out of the fight right now. So that's a non-contributing factor in this battle. He will be on K1, so he'll get some shots towards like Nepal pushing up as well. I think that was the STRV already. So Nepal needs to be aware of that. STRV, they get some shots back towards him and no penetrations. And now the HP deficit has somehow creeped up to 6,000.
Yeah, and look at Baron and Reroll's Clerf in this position, the 279. You might think it's quite a powerful spot for a 279 to be in, but he is essentially exposed the whole time, and they can just keep taking shots at that cupola. Leon is kind of just in the middle of no man's land right now. He's just stuck behind one of these destructible buildings, now trying to readjust to a slightly safer position. Old Kings has managed to regroup up with the rest of the boys between Rerolls and Baron, and they can now set up a firing line, and it should only be a matter of time before they manage to find the kill on Clerv. You can see they're just looking for the angle, just trying to snipe away at the weak spots. It is difficult, but Baron decides enough is enough. He's just going to go in for the guaranteed kill, but he might guarantee his own death in doing so as he drives past here. Old Kings and Baron between them, trying to find the kill on Clerv, but it's proving more difficult and costing them more HP than they would have liked, and another bounce means that Clerv is still going to survive. Rerolls eventually does manage to find the kill, but it was a costly trade.
Baron finds the kill on Miko as well, who was off of on reload after giving a shot himself, but again, still double the HP remaining for Aurora. The STRV is being brought into the battle now as well. Nepal is watching Baron, Tarks is watching Rerolls. Good shot there from Tarks, drops Rerolls to a one-shot. Nepal could maybe cross now and go kill Baron as well. That's what he's going for. There is a Type 71 of Sabo joining in the meantime. Nepal is going to go for the peak nonetheless. He does find the shot. Sabo bounces, hits. Rerolls finds the shot on Tarks in return, and it's going to be Aurora once more to get themselves away from the abyss. They will put it up to 4-3.
Another close affair, but they were playing, remember, they were playing from the better side of Redshire. I liked at the end that Jackie just went for the Hail Mary because he knew he had less HP in the 1v1 with the EBR, so he just torpedoed straight into him and just hoped that YOLO would somehow miss and that he could actually just get the ram kill. But even then, I don't think it would have made a difference. There was enough time left on the clock that Aurora would have just been able to cap it out, and we can see the limitations that Aurora, they're just constricted by playing from this worst side. Scatter again doing 6k in the STRV. It's just the standard expectation at this point. Type 71's doing good damage as well, and YOLO surviving until the end in the EBR. Didn't necessarily do a whole lot of damage, but just staying alive can always be important.
Well, the SRVs have had a good series throughout, right? Maybe that's what Vortex was kind of missing in the beginning on 1-2 line as well, to punish even harder. That STRV would have done at least 3-4k damage in the beginning, I think.
In the corner? I mean, if you remember yesterday, who was it? Kylie brought a Leo 1 there?
Yes.
And that worked out pretty well for them. Because they only had 279s in the corner, which may have been, you know, it's not great to be sniping from range with that sort of tank. I don't know, I'm struggling to think what you would do differently if you're a Vortex. It does feel like the limitations of playing from that spawn. If you don't try to do something aggressive, try to physically take away the positional advantage, the baked-in positional advantage that the South spawn team has, it does feel really tricky to try and hold on to what you've got.
One more round for either team. One a tiebreaker, the other a spot in the finals. What do you think, Moff?
Vortex. That's what I'm thinking. Better side of Redshire. Redshire?
You think Aurora takes this last round to bring it to tiebreaker?
No, I think Vortex wins it. I think these two teams so far been pretty evenly matched, and considering that, I think the advantage of playing from the better side should be enough for them to get it across the line. But I mean, it is kind of, it's unfolding the way I expected. Like it's scrappy games, a close affair between these two teams. Aurora could very well take it into that tiebreaker, which would be Himmelsdorf, which would be great.
Would indeed be great, but let's see the lineups first. Vortex, double SCRV actually, an EBR, triple E5, triple 279, triple 260, and triple mouse.
Aurora also going with double STRV, double EBR, triple 279, and then 8 IS7s. I suspect that Aurora will be trying something aggressive rather than trying to cling on to a defensive round. Triple E5 is a curiosity though, and both teams bringing double STRV.
What do you think about a double SCRV?
I think that if you want the reliable firepower support, there's no better tank to bring, and if you really want that much of a guarantee, then why not bring double STRV? I mean, it does have the limitations. Oh, Jackie and Alexandros trading it out initially, but they both hit their shots. Jackie needs to be, or Alexandros rather, needs to be careful because he's the one that is more committed right now. Is Jackie going to get off reload in time? He is! He is able to win that initial trade between the EBRs. Alexandros now under pressure. Down to a one-shot at the start of the round is never a fun place to be, but Jackie goes for another repeat while still spotted, and he gets clapped, and he's undone all of his good work in the 1v1 trade.
Jackie dead, and here comes the push from Aurora. Klurf is actually the one to hold the front in the beginning. He's pulling back with a 279, but he already has Baron and Timmy from behind Alpert in that IS7. It's hurting down towards the one shot. That's a second ignite. That one's gonna put the flames and burn him down to a crisp. The damage is significant. Link should be falling here as well. It's EOS in the SCRV. Klurf goes down, but you could say that he has completed his mission in this battle. The 260s now moving towards Sabo and Timmy. They gotta be careful. There's crossfire from Aurora as well, of course, with 5,000 lead for Vortex. Prime position right now. The E5's covering the retreat. Can they do something against Timmy and Sabo? That's a different question. Itox trying to lead the Treacher in the mouse, but Ilias and Steve not really in the battle just yet. The mouse getting focused out. Not necessarily a bad thing in this battle though.
Yeah, the crossfire's coming in. Remember that double STRV from Aurora, it's causing quite some problems. And Tilly and Sabo, they've just got one building. They're hugging each other for dear life here, just trying to hang on, because the longer that they survive, the more problems it's going to be creating for Vortex as they're looking to find different angles. Steve committing into the dip, but look at the punish on Steve. He's getting absolutely clapped himself, and now Sabo and Timmy are actually able to make moves as their own. They're trying to push out, trying to go on towards Toxic. They're trying to drive forwards because they know they're going to get peeked from behind, but this trade from Vortex, as costly as it's been, they still have the advantage, and they will pick up both 279s.
It was 5,000, it's 4,000 lead now for Vortex, and guns is what they're deleting. They take down that double 279 as well, so now Aurora forced to do something with that zero line pressure that they had, pulling them back. Steve and Nepal doesn't seem like they're in the most healthy of situations right now. The HP deficit shrinking a little bit more, even within 2,000 now. Vortex has to be careful. They have this game in the hand right now, but they are giving Aurora a real opportunity to come back in it. And Reroll's already hitting 4k damage as well. He's doing a great job in that SCRV.
Yeah, Vortex just need to stabilize right now. They need to back off, get their tanks out of these super compromised positions. You can see Steve and Nepal just reversing out of the waterbed because that is a death trap. You don't want to stick around there. And if they can regroup and reorganize, they do still have the advantage, but in the short time that we've just been talking, the HP is equalized once again. It's almost in favor of Aurora at this point, so they are rallying against their opponent. Now Alex has found himself in a weird spot as well in that E5. He almost can't leave from that house now without getting punished.
Leon getting spotted out, Feli taking some damage as well, needs to be careful in that IS-7. Tarks coming in with some shots, 1-2 line still under control from Vortex, but yeah, they had this massive lead and they are starting to lose it. But now Aurora leading by 1,000.
This is what I was talking about, though. When you're playing from the bad side of Redshire, the worst side, Aurora, they choose to go aggressive, try to force the hand of their opposition, and they did make the game scrappy. That's what you want when you play from the north side of the map, and they've
This is going to be good, though. You see Rishek, what position he's taking now?
Oh yeah, he's going all the way into that tank destroyer position in the very corner. Feli does get tracked and he gets held. Does he ever repair it? Yes, he does. So he is able to avoid the embarrassment of being perma-tracked in the open. And that means that Aurora can no longer peek necessarily to support Leon if they choose to go for the repush. But Leon, he seems to be hanging out just fine. And Scatter even manages to find the kill on Alex somehow, sniping all the way from the other side of the map. That E5 going down relatively for free. And although Leon cannot immediately have the support of the rest of his IS-7s, he seems to be more than happy in this holdown.
Not sure why Rishek decided to push up and lose 1,000 HP for that crossing. IOS is now going to be taking over the pocket, but Vortex is making a real mess of this, to be honest, across the board. Yeah, Rishek has taken the position, and he might be able to spot, shoot, and pull back, but he has to be super, super careful for it nonetheless.
Well, what he wants to do is knock down the giant tree, right? Because he can effectively create a single bush, although it doesn't look like it, because the tree's so big, he can single bush from inside it. But was it really worth moving up to cost all of his HP to take away this angle? I'm not so sure, but here comes the repush from Vortex. In the meantime, they've just dropped even more HP. Now it's 4k in favor of Aurora. Leon will get traded out here, but he's still putting up just such a good fight, and you can see all the bounces. They don't have clean shots on him right now, and the whole time that he survives, he just puts shot after shot into their tanks. He does eventually fall, and that will destabilize Aurora's control of the map.
Yeah, but there's no 1-2 line left here for the side of Vortex. Magnus will pick up Flamesong. It's only one more 279 on the 4 line, and they gotta do something here against Kacha. They even have to kill him for this. Steve doesn't really want to peek this. It's gonna have to probably be Adi or one of the STRVs to do it. Andrija now falling as well, and Vortex has a long clock to fight against still, against WBR, against zero map control as well. Tiebreaker looking very, very likely.
Oh, it's looking incredibly likely. Look at YOLO. There is no one to stop him. Jackie dying all the way in the very beginning of that round so very long ago, but it will come back to bite them in the end, because YOLO just cuts the map in half. He just boxes Vortex in, and now they know exactly where they all are. And Aurora, they've done the dirty work, they've done the hard part of this battle. They have fought for even ground and a positional and HP advantage, and they're going to be rewarded with a slow, grinding win on the defensive side of Redshire.
And there's a 260 trying to repush the K-line of Tarks. He does only get tracked by the 279, so they're trying to wrestle back some control, but there's some damage coming in as well, and YOLO will keep spotting them out. Tarks is trying to drive towards the building. YOLO gets spotted out though, so that will give an opportunity maybe to Steve to cross further through the bushes. If he could do that, would be huge. Magnus just picks up Tarks, who just keeps driving by the looks of things. Not sure why Tarks decided to do that when he has Steve coming in. Feli finds Nepal as well. Steve crossing over, takes one more from Magnus. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and yeah, this tiebreaker really right around the corner.
Yeah, and YOLO, he's done his job. He can just hightail it out.
Why are they
there.
like crossing in front of Magnus? Like, what are they doing, bro?
Breakdown in communication as it all collapses for Vortex here. They had it in the palm of their hands. They had the positional advantage playing from the good side of Redshire, but just unable to handle the aggression that Aurora brought to the table. And it will just be the one gun left of Isles in his STRV 103B in a 1 versus 8, which is an unwinnable situation. And Aurora have brought it all the way back to tiebreaker despite all of the missteps along the way from both of these teams, I think it's probably the deserved outcome.
Indeed, and it's going to be a tiebreaker between these two. Not having an EBR, I think, was costly for Vortex in the long run. They did a really good number initially, though, but then I think they tried to do too much. They really just needed to kill those 279s and then reset.
Yeah, I think once the two 279s die, the positions or the aggression that Aurora is trying to bring to the table kind of collapses around them, but in the end we could say that the strategy worked from Aurora. They were able to bait their opponent or force their opponent's hand into exposed positions, and I don't doubt, again, when we look at post-battle results, we're probably going to see Scatter and rerolls both having 5 or 6k damage once more in those STRVs.
Now, Moff, you must be very happy for your prediction, right?
I wasn't going to say anything because I know how it goes, but you know, I'm just always 7.8 from Scatter and 6k from rerolls. They are two very happy campers right now.
Yes, I'm curious what the SRV average so far is in this match, because it's really high.
Yeah, from both teams. We saw Redshire having some big games. Isles this time doing 6k in his STRV. So Redshire and Isles are taking it in turns to have the cracked game in the STRV right now. But it worked like a charm for Aurora, just allowing the STRVs to do all of the damage, just sacrificing everyone else, sacrificing all of those IS-7s, sacrificing the 279s for the cause. But after all of that...
Who has the fastest game attack?
It is Vortex. Because do you remember all the way back in the very beginning?
Mm-hmm.
All the way back in the very beginning, Vortex had the 3 minutes and 25 seconds Torpedo IS-7.
Ah, the live oaks.
Yeah. Torpedo IS-7 strat straight through the middle of the map. And that will reward them with picking the side on Himmelsdorf. And they picked the defensive side. They picked South Spawn.
South Spawn. I'm curious. I'm not sure who I think deserves to win this more.
I've got nothing. I mean, both of the teams played a good game, but both of the teams had some pretty stinking rounds as well. The one that comes to my mind the most is that Sand River where Vortex just inexplicably gave up the entire map, and it was, in the end, it was just a shooting gallery for Aurora in that game. It still sticks in my mind the part where Scatter he just rolls up in his SDRV because he realizes there's literally no one to stop him from just playing on the front line and just farming all of them. And then after that as well, go back to the Live Oaks, or before that rather, go back to the Live Oaks where we had this really close round where the only difference between Aurora and winning the round was one shot in Itox in his IS-7, one bounce on towards his tank, and Aurora could already be looking at winning the match or having won the match. So the fact that we're even at a tiebreak right now, both these teams had great opportunities to already close it out.
So, the money question, Moff. Who
wins? Phil knows the script. He went Aurora.
But your name is not Phil.
I picked Vortex. I'll just ride with my prediction. No inkling or idea of who will win at this point. It could be anyone's game. Both of the teams have had scrappy rounds. Could be either 50-50, but I'll stick with Vortex because that was my prediction.
I should have been right, Moff. I knew the script as well, but you know,
I think that just leans into the fact that we've thought the name value of the Vortex players and the experience coming over from Onslaught as well. You would expect them to take down this Aurora team because I've always had it in my mind in the last like year or so that Aurora, it just feels like this team that's maybe in like a managed decline state where they've still got good players, but it's not really, they're not really on the uptick anymore. But this is like some sort of revitalization, rejuvenation from them, and they're going to bring that into this tiebreaker match. The last dance, one might say. Vortex picked the defensive side because they had the tiebreaker fastest round. They're going to be bringing 5 60 TPs, double BZ75, double MBT, double 279, double mouse, and double E4.
Aurora in return, double MBT of their own, CS 279, double 260, double BC, quad E100, 1i7, and double E4.
Way less E100s and German super heavies than we saw in the matches yesterday, but Aurora very much interested in that hill control at the start of the round. Magnus has immediately gone into the D4 window, which means he's going to be able to spot that cross along the K line, but at the moment Vortex are also going mostly towards the hill. I'm not sure, can we count the guns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bottom for Aurora, and Vortex have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't know, 8 on the hill. They have 8 on the hill.
Ah, okay. I was counting the opposite. I was counting tanks.
Yeah. I realized that when you said. I thought back and said bottom. So.
Well, you know, I could just be bad at counting. That's also a possibility. Alexandros.
It will be 9. It will be 9-9 because there's a 279 being pulled as well of Andrija.
Oh, so it's dead even on top of the hill right now. Alexandros just baiting that he wants to leave the hill fully, trying to pretend that Aurora is weaker on the hill than we know, in fact, as the observers here. WE4, you can see just staring down those rails with the 375mm of APCR pen. Flamestorm peeking out, takes one shot from Alexandros, but everyone's keeping their cards close to their chest here. Most of the pieces, most of the players on the hill have not been revealed. 60
It'll be
TPs.
11. It'll be 11-9. No, 11-10 actually, sorry. On the hill.
A very close affair. Though you can see they're bringing
10-10.
more.
10-10 if the 100 goes. Both the 100s look to be going and then they stop. So now it's one extra tank for Vortex on the hill.
Do you think that's the game? Just slowly bring more and more forces up the hill?
Normally yes, and then at some point Aurora either decides like, okay, we push this, or they pull everything back and they try to push like 8 line into 5 line, you know, the sandwich. But that is a hard decision to make.
And that's a very good point you bring up, is that the initiative always has to be Aurora, because Vortex are defending. They don't actually have to do anything. They will be more than happy, delighted in fact, to just run down the clock, just holding onto the hill.
Yeah, the U100s are going. The U100s are going, so 11-10. 11 for Aurora, 10 for Vortex. I don't think that 1 is going to be enough for Aurora to make a difference here. That is my thing. And it will take at least a minute for the 100s to drive up.
Yeah, exactly.
At least a minute.
Which means that if they want to change their mind after that fact, it's going to be at least another 2 to 3 minutes before any sort of action unfolds. So we're pretty much just waiting for poor Faley and Link, probably just limp back in their chair, triple tap R on the keyboard, and just waiting until they make their way up to the top of the hill. And more than likely, they'll probably be the first one sent in to die, so they'll be the last to arrive and the first to leave the party.
There's E4 is going towards the hill now as well.
Well, if you have more guns, then you will win the hill, at least. I mean, you might weaken the bottom side control of the map. Sabo, you can see, he's just crossing all the way through the back, and that's because he wants to avoid potentially being spotted by the window, but little do they know, there's no one actually there. But it could be another further minute as Aurora look to put all of the eggs in one basket on top of that hill, and they're going to play all of their cards.
So it will be, what, 13 versus 11?
Yeah, but think about the initial barrage. Remember, Vortex, they've got double MBT up there. MBT.
The only thing I don't like is how many
2.4K.
people they have in this G0 position.
You think they need to reinforce the outside of the hill more?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
I mean, Itox will spot it early though. Like he will. Oh, I mean,
well, not unless they HE spam him to death, but he does have a lot of health, so that might take quite some time. And even in doing so, with them HE spamming him, it almost indicates their intent, right? Because they really don't want him to spot that one angle on the outside of the hill.
As long as he's spotting kinda, he will spot it early-ish, you know?
Yeah, I think he doesn't even need to really peek that much, as long as he just spots it beyond the one pillar on the outside of the hill.
I mean,
everyone's grouped up here in the corner. I mean, you said that there were too many in G0. They've now, since then, telepathically listened to you and moved all of the guys into the dip.
The mouses can shoot the outside as well. That's why, you know, you got to be careful when you go for that one. But it's going to be a zero line pressure first. Chucky's repositioning in the meantime.
It's a very slow push.
It will be spotted out now. So now we get spotted out. MBTs are waiting for this as well. Aladdin, the first one to get focused out, minus 2k, down towards 700 already. The 100s are trying to take the charges. Now the push around the hill is coming into effect. Baron is dead. He's out. The repush is coming out immediately from Vortex, but Steve just dies for this. They're pushing back into this lower part, trying to get out of the crossfire, but so far they lose 2 guns for that. They now need to eliminate Leon, Yolo, Albert, and Catch out of that. They lose 3. The mouses are contributing from the lower side, and now Aurora is choosing to do their own overpush in towards the MBTs, in towards Chucky as well, but the MBTs have evacuated for now. Rerolls is still coming with his clip in though, and so far Aurora leading this in guns and in HP as well.
Yeah, remember there's double mouse on the bottom side of the hill. Itox just helpless, trying to snipe at pixels of 60TP turrets and BZs. It's not an ideal situation, and Vortex, they're split up and separated across the map, whereas Aurora, they're all grouped up and ready to go. They can push on towards each other and focus the fire out. Elias doesn't really have anywhere to run. Clerf is trying to run away as well, but he's got nothing left. He tries to rocket boost us to delay, stall out for a little bit longer, but it's not enough. And Vortex rather, they don't have any other play. They don't have enough tanks on bottom side to actually secure it. They don't have enough to go for the cap play. They tried to reinforce the hill with an additional E4. There is no further moves here for Vortex. That all they can do is try and trade it out, but Ios just eats a clip from the MBT and he goes down. It's just 4 guns left for Vortex. They were not able to sustain the firepower, the brute force that Aurora brought to the top of the hill, and they haven't been there for quite some time, but Aurora looked to be heading back to that Clan Showdown grand final.
It will be Aurora nonetheless to overcome their struggles on the hill and win out in the tiebreaker battle. They'll be waiting in the grand finals to see who they're going to play against as they overcome all the struggles.
Would you believe that Phil knew the whole time?
He knew all the time. Yeah, apparently.
Just like an Addy remaining, Itox just on an island by himself and nothing left to do, and Aurora showing us the genius of just send more tanks to the hill and then you win the game.
Yeah, just put more and more tanks on the hill until you win, and you know, at the end of the day they did end up winning as Old Kings finishes it off. It will be Aurora in the finals first.
They haven't been there for so very long, and I did not expect this outcome.
I think they didn't
whatsoever.
have silver fists. I think we looked at the team thingy in the beginning, like fist. I don't think they had silver yet.
Does that mean that they have 100% win rate in the grand final?
No, they have like a few bronze fists. I mean,
yeah. Within the grand final, they have not lost.
I think so. I think so. Yes.
So looking to keep that streak alive of one match won in that grand final, but Aurora looking great, looking fantastic even. They've taken down Kylie, one of the favorites for the tournament, and they've taken down Vortex, this new blood, this international roster coupled together, and it looked like they were in the driving seat the whole way along, but Aurora were just able to hang in there and keep things going. Itox, you can see he blocked 6,000 damage in his mouse, but it's completely irrelevant in the end because it was all just snipes on towards him with HE shells, and the amount of tanks that Aurora took.
This repush around the hill was really badly executed though. They lost 3 guys for even like attempting the repush because they're driving out in the open for everybody. Like if this
they drove over the top rather
Yes.
than in the dip.
you need to like actually drive to the lower side and just play it from there. You can't like allow yourself to lose the first 3 guns.
But wouldn't you? I would counter that by saying, isn't it quite difficult to make sure that you're not exposed to all the angles?
Nah, you just do it in a
you have
trigger
so
train.
many-
Then it's better for somebody to die to the front volley and then just drive past. You have to minimize the damage that the zero line guys do. That's what you're trying to achieve by pushing. So you cannot like make them too useful, you know.
Yeah, but they were unable to do that. And as a result, Aurora into that grand final, winning clutch in tiebreaker right at the end. And we will soon find out, well, maybe not soon, because it is a best of 9, and they do take their toll. They take quite a bit of time. Motivacija against Invil. 2 rivals. Invil always been the mainstay in 15v15. Motivacija, it kind of feels like they've dropped off a little bit in recent times, but we will find out whether they have a new return to form and can take the challenge to Invil. We're going to go to some replays now, but we'll be back with Motivacija against Invil.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown together with Advanced Gaming. One semi in the books, another one to go off. Invil versus Motivacja.
Yeah, and hopefully this will be providing as much content, as much of a banger as the previous match we just watched. Went all the way to that tiebreaker. Look at that. I mean, it's just like a decorated team list with all those medals pinned to their chest. Monster, the team captain.
The only remaining the only remaining member with 10 wins.
Yes, the only remaining member with 10 wins. Ketsai, I believe, is on 9 currently. So if they win this, he can join Monster in that 10 wins club. I think there was probably some Polish drama at some point that meant Ketsai was kicked from the team somehow during one of the events.
Kicked on Monday, back on Wednesday.
Yeah, something like that. But I remember asking about it. It was something to do with him, like, kind of not being in the team at one point or not registering because he was like, I think it was back when they had the rule that you had to all be in the same clan or something like that. So he was robbed the beautiful triple diamond fisted medal. Motivacja themselves, though, they've got, is that right? Four wins in Clan Showdown?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that it was that many. I thought they had a few less, but Motivacja outdoing even my own high expectations of them. I already thought they were a great team, but apparently are even more successful than I originally thought.
Yeah, they've been doing very well, but the recent form, both 7v7 and 15v15, not all that fantastic. For the cashback core. Rage core now. Cashback core.
Rage. Cashback is no.
I think they renamed to Cashback again.
Did they rename back?
I'm not sure anymore.
Maybe they realized that the entire power that they had, the aura, was all in the name. That's all that mattered. But you can see where this one's going, at least as far as the community is concerned. You guys have decided that Invil should be winning this one 71% of the time, which is not I would almost say not as high as I was expecting. Actually, I just really expected Invil to come in dominant for this entire playoff run, but Motivacja, it seems like they have still got the hearts and minds of a lot of folks out there who still believe that this team is capable of great things.
Will Invil prevail, or is it going to be Motivacja? My money is on Invil, let's put it that way, but I think this match might be a tad more aggressive than the last one. The maps...
maybe? Have you seen the maps?
Yeah, well, the cliff for sure will be more aggressive.
Yeah, I think we might have like an uptick or a downtick in pace after the first map. If you know, Murovanka. Cliff going to be the first one up of the day in this matchup, and we haven't seen Cliff in the entire playoff run so far. No one has picked it, or it's been banned out. But Invil, for the first time, they actually get to pick one of the maps that their team is synonymous with.
It could still be very fast, Tomov. Even like Muro, it could be camped, right? But it could already played aggressive. I don't know if Invil's the kind of team to really camp. So there's that. Redshire could be very aggressive as well. And Prokhorovka, knowing Invil, could be super aggressive.
Yeah, they could definitely turn up the pace there. If I remember correctly, Invil did not camp on Murovanka in the group stage games, which is probably a sign of things to come. But Cliff being the first map up, it's picked by Invil, and it's not really any guessing why. It is their home turf, one of their preferred maps. They get the brawl, the chaos, the quick decision making that's required, a team that's synergizing and firing on all cylinders is really going to excel in that kind of environment.
What did you predict?
5-2 Invil.
5-2.
I think, like I said, I think Motivacija. I mean, I almost have the same opinion of Motivacija as I did of Aurora, but I just, in like my pecking order, I would have Motivacija above Aurora. I just kind of had it in my mind that both teams were in a state of managed decline, but there's not really any reason behind it, I would say, other than just the results have maybe not gone their way, or they haven't been as dominant. And you know, you don't want to read too much into group stage games, but the fact that Invil just completely swept their group without losing a single round, you know, you can debate about the quality of the opposition within that group, but they still swept the group completely, indicating dominant form.
Sure. I mean, technically Motivacija shouldn't even be here. One round. One round.
Yeah.
It was 1 round.
You do make a good point. Most of the viewers at home won't be aware of just how close the situation was in the group of death, Group 2. It was Motivacija and Kylie both in there together, and a team of Goldfish who were the ones to miss out. They didn't manage to make it through. Motivacija did manage to get through in the end. Predictions, like I said, I already went 5-2, which actually, given that it's a best of 9, 5-2 seems like quite a dominant win. I might have to eat my words very quickly, depending on how things go, but we're all pretty confident of an Invil victory.
Deservedly so. They've looked like the best team in this tournament at this moment in time, so they should be able to hopefully prove us that they are the best team. They're going to try and do that with 11 BZs and 4 CS63s.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. Motivacija bringing a 50B, a BZ72-1, and then we've got 8, I think that's 7 BZ75s, double 260, double BAT, a CS, and an STRV. So a bit more of a variety coming out from Motivacija, but we've definitely seen this from Invil before, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just take all of those BZ75s and synergize as you push and make a brute force over the middle of the map, getting the CSs potentially going up the hill. But look at the bat chats. Are they going to go hill? No, they're going to cut across towards the donuts, so perhaps their intention is to try and snipe the hill at the beginning of the game.
Can they do that? What's the damage going to look like on the CS63s? DJ down towards the one shot. He's blocking, he's sideways, he's sliding off. But that's definitely bad for Gono as he's dead. Tisek taking a lot as well. DJ, the man in the pant of the hill for the side of for Invil. Motivacija up 4,000 HP at this moment in time. What a great start for them. Liberty taking the top ramp as well. Tisek down towards 622, and now Motivacija is starting to re-aggro the middle of the map, and it's not looking that good right now for Invil. Barbarian pushed back already. Ketsai left to his own devices. Barbarian will get shot down by his previous teammates. They give him no quarters and no mercy. Ketsai dead. The reinforcement is coming in the form of triple BZ, but round number 1 looking like a done deal for Motivacija.
Yeah, it's only going one way at this point, and just look at the farm. Frugo, he joined this team because he wanted to be a champion, but at the moment in round number 1, it's not going very well for Invil. They got completely hard countered from the beginning of the round, and now the HP and the positions are spiraling out of control. You can see the top ramp overpiece coming in from the BZs. There is no one to stop them, just one CS63 in the back, but with such a significant HP lead, they don't even care. They don't even care about getting sniped from the back. Just overpeak and make the kills. That's what matters. A 10,000 lead in HP at the moment, as Invil are just getting slaughtered in their BZ75s. There is nowhere for them to go, and nothing for the CS63 to do from the very top of the hill. It's clean and simple. They got hard countered, and that was that.
It was a great opening here for Motivacja, and they do take great success with that as well. And Mov, in your case, I'd be sweating bullets as well, because that is half the rounds you predicted him to take after round number 1 already.
Wow, it's fine. We're used to it at this point. But I think
you really
also
are a professional coper.
Yes. Well, that's what they say. But oh, you made me lose my train of thought. What was I going to say? It's not just the fact that I'm already halfway to the equal number of rounds I predicted for Motivacja, but it's the way that they've done it as well. Like, this is a dominant round win, and I suppose like you could shrug it off and say, "Oh, we got hard countered. It's not really. It doesn't really mean that much. It's just one round." And you know, Ingvill very well could come back swinging in the upcoming rounds. But I think more than anything, it's a show of force from Motivacja of the kind of team that we're going to get in this match.
It was it was a really great round for Motivacja. They pick it up 1-0 now for them, and it's exactly what they need to start with. I think one of the most important things when you're playing against Ingvill is to not let them lead the pace of the game.
Especially when you're the underdog as well, or you're perceived as the underdog, at least by pretty much everyone involved, the community, us. We all think that Ingvill is this unstoppable force that's just going to roll up and just grab themselves an 11th win in 15v15. You can see Little in that bat chat doing 5.2k damage. That damage in the beginning of the round, I do wonder how much of that actually came from the bat chat specifically, because they would have had a lot of BZs sniping up the hill to begin with anyway.
I mean, there was a really good focus on DJ as the first one. If he would have died, it would have been even worse. I don't think they would have gotten a single person on the hill.
Then he can't even put it in reverse and get out of the way.
Now he was able to slide out of the way for his teammates to get through, but still, the damage was very, very significant, and you could see numerous players there not really getting anything out at all. Konrad, Frugo, Kono, 0-0-0.
Yeah, and you can't really blame them specifically
I guess,
for doing that either.
I guess they can still, you know, be like, yo, Piotr, we're in trouble. Discord.
Well, we'll see. That remains to be seen. That is one possibility.
I mean, you know, maybe Piotr wasn't the problem, right? It's
yeah, maybe. I mean, that is the internal debate.
Hit and Run hasn't qualified yet for WCI. They haven't won this tournament yet, so remains to be seen.
Well, we'll see how this unfolds first, and maybe then we can talk about backtracking and going back to your old friend Piotr to get the boys back together. But at the moment, it's just one round, Decky. It's just one round. Ingvill is not in trouble.
Yet. Not yet is the highlight. Losing 2 rounds on Cliff would be pretty bad, though.
Especially when it's their own map pick, and given everything we said previously, like, it's supposed to be the home turf. But maybe that strat was like recycled multiple times over. The four CFs, you take 3 of them up the hill, and then you take a bunch of BZs to the middle of the map. They've done that multiple times in the past. It's quite popular for them, so perhaps they shouldn't be leaning on that, given how effectively they got countered in that game. Maybe they should try and change it up a little bit.
Well, let's see what we can get in round number 2, though. Cliff is always an interesting one. So far, Motivacja edging ahead in the first round, but Ingvill could make it all even in the second. They're going to try and do that with 11 BZs and 4 CSs.
It's the same thing. It's rinse and repeat. They don't think that that's the problem. Motivacja going with triple 50B, then they've got 4 BZs, then they've got 4 IS7s, a CS, and then triple 907. We have not seen them for quite some time, especially on this map. It's really not that popular a tank anymore, given the rise of the CS63 and the power that medium tank has in speedy mode to take away the key positions of the map. But Ingvill going with the tried and true a bunch of BZs and CS towards the middle of the map. They're doing a split, 4 BZs towards the bottom side this time, which is interesting. We've got double 50B on lower side for Motivacija, going to be intending to aim up at the ramp towards the hill, but Invil have no interest in going for the hill this time around. They're going towards the donut with every single one of their CSs, and now Kopiot needs to be careful here because they're all going to stop and switch mode and try and snipe at that CS63, and he does take a bit of damage, a not insignificant amount, but now Motivacija going towards the middle of the map. They got their 907s on the corner, but Invil are going to have to crossfire with all of the CS from the donut, and that could pay dividends for them.
Well, here comes the brawl though. YOLO, Marcel and Frugo are the first to focus out. Can Motivacija do it without losing too much? The 50Bs are now coming in from the back lines as well, re-pushing in as well. Ketsai pushing Kopiot off the rock there. Kopiot wants to stay on, wants to be annoying, but needs to be careful not to die. YOLO, Marcel and Frugo, one of them is dead. The other two yet still alive. The ramp's now being pressured as well by Motivacija, but they're currently losing on this trading department. The ramp is not going that well either. There's crossfire from Invil, but Invil's re-pushing back in now with those CS63s from the corner themselves. This gives Motivacija an opportunity to turn those guns their direction, but can they actually make the difference though? So far it's 4,000 lead for Invil, and now aggressing the ramp as well. Marcel will fall, but the HP keeps going better and better for the side of Invil here. They're starting to be able to get that focus fire out. Diavol near you, down. Skittle, the next one on the chopping block, and those 907s will not last too much longer either, as Rambo is dead, Kano's down towards the one shot, and I think Invil in round number 2 come back meaning business. They set up the crossfire, they make it work, and they think, well, some things can be really easy.
Yep, and we can wrap this one up because it's not going to be turning around, not unless Mindbreaker has an infinite number of shells with infinite capacity to Amarak all of the opposing tanks. You saw on reload Ketsai just giving chase with his rocket boosted BZ-75, and he will pick up that final kill to close Cliff out in a 1-to-1 fashion. And as bad as it looked for Invil in round number 1, it looks just as good in round number 2.
Yeah, it was a successful round for them. Have a good crossfire. They have enough HP on the corner to survive for a long time. They have the ramp that has enough HP as well to survive for a while. All in all, everything works out for them, and they're probably pretty happy with that. 1-1, moving on. Let's forget about the map. We're moving into a best of 7.
Yeah, and I think maybe it wasn't as dominant. It definitely didn't seem... It wasn't as embarrassing as the previous round, the way Motivacija won their one, but sometimes this is just the way that Cliff goes, right? You lose the opening encounter based on where your opponent chooses to set up all of their guns, and they take that initial advantage away from you. And when you've got two teams which are of such a high caliber, it's very difficult to exploit any mistakes that are made by your opposition, or the lack of mistakes, rather, that you can't really come through with any kind of great resurgence. And the BZs, they roll up and over, and this time they will succeed. Especially
on a map like Cliff, where you can't really make rotations, so the brawl is what it is. When you enter it on unfavorable terms, it's pretty hard to recover from that. But that was Cliff. It was fun to see. Moving into Murovanka, Moff's favorite map.
I do have a genuine interest in how the camp can be broken, because I think there is, as much as the very passive and slow nature can be tiresome, I do think it's interesting to watch these teams try to figure out how they can exploit all the different angles. Okay, if it's perceived to be unbreakable, what can we do to try and turn the tables? What can we do to try and put ourselves in a favorable position?
I know what you mean. Barbarian has been pretty good at breaking Muro camps. So it comes to mind a few times where he's done it successfully, but those were older Muro camps. This one with the Badger seems pretty, potent.
The new age. The age of the Badger.
British glory.
It has essentially moved from what was the Chieftain reward tank to, okay, we're just going to do the same thing, but we're just going to do it with a Badger without a turret, and that has more DPM anyway.
More alpha, more DPM, kind of harder to kill as well. It has a lot of things going for it, no?
Certainly. But I mean, as of right now, we're talking like it's a foregone conclusion. We don't actually know whether the teams will defend or not so passively by camping. I certainly don't think that Invil will. I've said already, I watched the tapes. I didn't see Invil camping in their previous round. Invil going in with 8, 9, 10, 11 IS7s, double mouse, a Badger, and 1 EBR.
In return, Motivacja, double Griffin, triple IS7, 4 260s, 5 279s, and an SCRV.
I like the Griffon. I think it's a really comfy tank to play.
Of course you would say that it's British.
Okay, but don't you agree that it's a good tank?
I honestly, I bought it and I haven't played a single game in it.
You haven't played it? Oh, okay. I really like it. I think it has great flexibility with the gun depression and the turret armor that it has, and then you have, essentially, you get a bonus shell in your auto reloader. Most of the time, you should just play off of the first shot DPM. So you essentially have a single shot tank, which, as long as the engagement isn't sustained, you can just load a second shell whenever you feel like it. Kono gets the info, grabs the info, and gets out. That's what he needed. And Invil are definitely not camping. They've set up, they've postured with T-Sec towards the middle in his IS-7, just trying to get a feel, get some map control out, some eyes and ears for the rest of the team. As Invil move into position, they've got Franek here in E1 in his IS-7, so they're spread out quite a bit across the map, spread quite thin.
Let's see if Aka can find a shot against Conrad. I don't think so. But Motivacja now, of course they're attacking, so they will need to make a move at some point. What can they be considering?
Well, at the moment, they definitely know they're not camping, because look at where Conrad is. He pushed up all the way to F3 in his mighty mouse, so unless it's like a galaxy brain level of bait from Invil, I think they know that the camp is not happening. But Near You's actually getting punished in this position with his IS-7. T-Sec actually even going for the peek. He ego peeks, and his ego gets shattered as he gets returned down to 1/3 of his hit points. But I do wonder where Near You is actually getting shot from. It probably is Comrade, I would guess, in that mouse.
I guess so. Yeah, it is Conrad by the looks of things, finding another shot, dropping Near You towards a one-shot even. Now Liberty pushing up to E1, wants to counter Conrad, but Invil is reacting to that by getting ready with IS-7s to push in return on towards that 1-2 line by the looks of things.
Yeah, that 279 is in a high ground, elevated position, and he can farm on towards Comrade for what it's worth, but it's only going to be a matter of time. But Invil, they're actually kind of pumping the brakes. It looked like they were grouping up to go, but they've just paused momentarily, waiting for something. But all the while that's happening, that's allowing Motivacja to react and rotate in the reinforcements, as T-Sec is not faring very well as he just tries to keep peeking against Near You. But all that's happening is him losing yet more HP, and here they are, the 260s from Motivacja. They're grouped and ready to support the 279.
But there is an overwhelming force waiting there for Invil. If Motivacja decide to push this, it's going to be very, very tough. Liberty trying to get some shots against this mouse, not able to hit too many. Twilight might be in a crossfire position as well. T-Sec Near You both surviving for now. And Invil's just waiting. You know, they know that something will happen at some point, and they're just waiting for that.
Yeah, and all the while, remember, they are actually running down the clock. They are the defending team, although they're not defending per se. But how many IS-7s actually is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 5 or 6 there?
6.
In reserve? But let's say Invil did push in this situation, although the guns might be less for Motivacja. They've got Rambo and that SDRV 260s covering behind. I think they do have some pretty powerful positions to try and slow down this push from.
Big rotation now, though, from Motivacja as well, sending 4 more tanks to 1-2 line.
And they're 279s as well, which if they charge towards those IS-7s, that'll be nasty for them to deal with. Liberty is not actually finding as much success. I mean, he is starting now to get Comrade down to lower health, and Comrade, he can't really do anything else apart from just shoot HE at him, because it's very difficult for him to pen any part other than hitting the cupola on that 279. But if they do come with both of these 279s, Little and Kopia, ooh, Ketsai coming in as well, going to support Tsek here. Actually, he's going to go for the peek. He thinks he's got the timing, and he doesn't connect the shot. So he goes for the peek. He doesn't manage to find the kill, and that is actually going to trigger Motivatia to go. They're not hanging about now. They want to trade out for Comrade. Meanwhile, they're losing near you in the middle of the map. It will just be Comrade that they're picking up here. Just the one mouse for now. But will they continue their push? Because Invil has revealed their squad of IS-7s. They're sending them in the torpedoes, and they're going to pincer from multiple directions here. This group of Motivatia tanks, as they group up and prepare themselves, they brace themselves for the impact of the IS-7 push.
Here comes Invil with all those IS-7s. They're going to go for the Rams as well on towards them. Big Rams coming out. Rexor down towards the one-shot, though he's actually dead immediately. Now the rest of Motivatia team starting to move in as well from the back lines. The 279s, the Griffons coming in as well. So this repush from Invil, it's running into a train of Motivatia tanks. They were the initial train, but the train gets run back right on them, running down towards the one-shot as well. And these IS-7s, they're starting to struggle. They don't have DPM whatsoever, and it's coming out pretty strong here for Motivatia as well. And as a result of that, it is looking like Motivatia right now is able to hold that IS-7 push off middle of the map. IS-7's trying to do something, but you can see the Griffon, the Amarak even from Liberty, your favorite tank, the Griffon Moth, is actually starting to put in some work.
Yeah, he's got that DPM ready to go. Twilight is getting surrounded, though. Meanwhile, he is trading it off, trying to figure out how to kill Barbarian. Barbarian trying to make a move just to get into safety in his IS-7. But these guys from Invil are kind of stuck here. They're kind of forced to trade it out with Skittle, but maybe Skittle doesn't have the greatest position because Monster is now able to peek, hold down against him, and the Skittle will go down. He will fall in his Griffon. Barbarian Amarak just trying to hang on behind this building. His teammate from OLS, Amarak, for a one-shot of damage. Brainbreaker must be thinking, oh, why couldn't I have had that when he was full HP? But alas, that's not the way it goes sometimes. He doesn't get the luck of the draw, but he gets an explosive kill nonetheless. And Invil running out of guns, running out of HP as Motivatia clean up everywhere across the map. They clean up the middle, and Monster, he did have a nice position to take down Skittle, but he does not have enough support to handle Liberty pushing straight in towards him, coupled together with Kopiat in his 279 as well. And Motivatia will take the attacking round on Murovanka.
Not sure if it was a read from Moti, but they had a lot of things from 2 those 260. Like, Ketsai's move, I don't know if it was a good one. Let's run it back, like, let's rewind, yeah? Ketsai shows up in the position to kill near you. In the meantime, they're pressuring up the forest. It kind of sparks Moti to push with those 260s ahead of the second group, like the 279s and the Griffons, which were still moving, right? So all Invil sees is the 260s pushing. They then immediately react by repushing, but when they do that, the 279s and Griffons are basically there.
Yeah, and they're all ready to go and got their guns blazing. But does that indicate anything from Ketsai? The fact that he's willing to go and...
I mean, together Ketsai pushing up, together with an IS-7 pushing up on 0 line, yeah.
Oh, there was an IS-7 spotted on 0.
Yeah, he was an IS-7 pushing up on 0 line to like D9 as well, so it was like more than just one tank.
So Motivatia had the better read of the situation, and Invil almost drove into their death, and unfortunately for Kano, that did not actually reset. Seemed like it was pretty well aimed to me, but he gets denied.
If he was a streamer, he would have hit that.
Yes, if he had stream RNG, he would definitely... I mean, he does actually stream. Kono does stream.
You need a minimum.
OLS
you need a minimum amount of viewers before the stream RNG kicks in.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know about that. I'm not privy to these super secret RNG bonuses of the top streamers in World of Tanks. But alas, Motivatia, they are victorious on the attacking round of Murovanka. Invil notably didn't camp, which is exactly what we expected would happen. They they were honorable. They did not do the tactical waiting. I don't think Motivacja will feel the same way.
No, but Multi will probably hard camp to Oblivion now.
Yeah, and this is the round that coming up that I'm going to be really interested in. It's a team like Invil, which you think is one of the best teams on the server. Like if they can't break a Murovanka camp, then who can, right? Then who can?
No, it's a good question. It's a very good question. I think Multi will hard camp. I mean, that's just what I'm assuming. They were doing it yesterday. I find it more likely that they hard camp than not at all, because they have this bonus round. No, they won their attack. I look at it as a bonus round.
Yeah, you get a free swing now to try and
make it 3-1.
Claw a 2-round lead. Interestingly, though, because of the fact that they played this yesterday against the NA team Cracked, and I thought Cracked, as much as that attempt to break the camp didn't go very well for them, I thought the initial ideas they had were maybe going somewhere, but there was a whole bunch of problems going on there. Like they had some disconnected players, and there was a whole debacle there where they had an AFK and was playing with 14. But I thought that maybe Cracked had some ideas that could have paid dividends if things went a bit differently. But do Motivacja change anything about it? Do they adjust the positions? Do they change the camp up in any way?
Don't know. I'm not sure. Would you?
I'd feel compelled to. No.
Where do you think the problem was?
I don't. The Badger position, if you remember, the way Cracked played, they pushed up a bunch of heavies and they were able to angle out these Badgers. The problem for Cracked was that at that point in the game, not only were they playing with 14 because they had someone go back to Garage and there was a whole miscommunication, not only were they playing with 14, but they did an initial push where I think it was Melee in 1 IS7, pushed up, and then, but that was only 1 IS7 isolated. So they just overpeaked, killed the 1 IS7, and then reset the playing field. I think there's a way in which if you push up with a larger group of tanks, then you can angle out these Badger positions.
Well,
but
doesn't matter.
I just forget all of that. Just throw it in the bin.
Yep, no camp for Motivacja. Instead, it's double Griffon, double I7. But here's the interesting part. It is like 9 279s.
Yeah, that's a lot.
An SRV and an EBR.
Yeah, that's almost as though it's old era 279 pre-nerf in its most overpowered state, but Motivacja still very much believing in that tank and the capabilities of its armor profile. Invil going with 8 IS7s, double mouse, triple E5, a Hori, and 1 EBR.
It's a lot of 279s, like old meta.
But how do they play with them though? How do they play with them though? That's the question. It looks like we are going to be getting a restart here, so we get a bit more time to think about how the 279s would play. Whether they, I'm thinking back to like the Redshire games where we saw teams, they would take control of the castle with 279s and then they sort of just bunker down and try to hang on to what they've got. And I'm trying to think like where you would go on Murovanka with 279s to have this sort of advantage. But they could go to either side of the map really, but I'm thinking that they probably want to go more towards the forest, and then you can overpeak on top of the ridgeline and be above your opposition.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, like with the nerf 279, it's not that easy to execute what they may be thinking with it. Hard camping with 279s itself, I don't see it, so it has to be some sort of a, yeah, forest, I guess. I mean, or a little bit everywhere, and hope that the 279s survive long enough to reinforce.
Maybe. I mean, it can't be. I don't think it's possible that it could be a camp because the 279 it's too tall to sit in the red line position at the back of spawn. I don't think it would work in that part of the map. But I mean, you know, they might surprise us. I really think that it would be. Yeah, we split across the map a bit with some 279s, but I think the vast majority are probably going to go in towards the forest and just try and use the high ground positions to their advantage.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. The i7, of course, will struggle against the 279 nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant experience trying to snipe at that tank, especially when the i7 doesn't have amazing gun handling. The E5s, though, they could have a great time. They could have a great time. And the Ho-Ri as well, that Invil are bringing. So, counters upon counters in both of the teams' lineups.
They're the only team so far to bring the Griffon, though. And mainly 1-2 line.
I'm telling you, the Griffon is a nice tank. I mean, there's like a wider scope of different tanks that you can bring. Interesting run by Aka in the beginning. That gets the peak, but Kono returns fire with a nice HE shell into Aka. Kono again going for a repeat just because he really wants to grab the necessary information. That is his primary job, but above all else, he needs to not die. It's a dangerous game. It's a fine line between brilliance and bot gameplay.
Double 279 on the church, however. i7 is now pushing up in 1-2 line for the side of Invil. If the E5 more tanks pushing up in 1-2 line, actually, it's a heavy commitment. Looks to be the majority of the Invil side, actually. Katsai leading the charge there, pushing down 1-2, continuing the push even.
Yeah, he's going. He's just leading the charge, leading by example, leading his troops into battle as they push. And the 279s from Motivatia, there's quite a lot of them that are out of position right now. Invil could surprise Motivatia if they can clean up these kills nicely, but you can see they're struggling a little bit because Kopia, he can't angle to all of them at once. But oh, another Amarak there, but it was a 200 HP one shot, and still Invil pressing the advantage. They know that they're racing against the clock because Motivatia have so many guns that are currently out of position, so they are just going to keep pushing with their IS-7s. It's always going to be tricky against the 279s, but neither of these tanks have great DPM. Another Amarak comes in. The 279 has always had a slightly weaker Amarak. The players, they love to take experimental HP to try and negate that, but the Rams come in from the IS-7s, Frugo and Pan's Fury, and the rest of them, they're just pushing straight in, up and over the 279, and as long as they just surround them, they completely negate the armor profile, the advantage, the trickiness, the awkwardness of the 279, and Invil still pushing. But are they going into the SDRV as well of Rambo? Frugo and Profuse have made it across, but I'm not sure that they can continue.
Rambo needs to somehow kill both of these guys, though, and Profuse is looking like a 3-shot. That roll makes him a 1-shot, though, so for Rambo, that's pretty good. The double 2-7 on the church now getting surrounded as well. I don't know if the Amoraks were the difference maker there, but Invil has all the control they could want over this battle currently. Up to 1000 HP, but mainly gun in the game is a massive advantage for them right now. Frugo will peek Rambo, but doesn't connect, so Rambo gets one. Now looking for the other. If he survives and is able to kill Profuse, then who knows what is possible.
Yeah, if he survives, then he can go despotted, he can go dark, and then he'll be able to farm tanks like the Mouse, the E5s as well. Draconix is the only beacon of hope for Motivatia in the central part of the map, so he's just hanging on. So is Profuse, so is Rambo. It's such a fine line. This brawl could change everything as a couple more kills get traded out. Some of the guys even in the back for Invil are the ones that go down, but suddenly, look at the HP, it's updated. The HP is non-existent for Motivatia. The positions have been lost all across the map, and at one point it looked like it might be getting close, but even if Rambo were to win and finally get this kill on Profuse, it almost wouldn't matter at this point.
No, it would not indeed. And good stuff there from Invil, continuing down that 1-2 line. No fear at all at any given point, just pushing down and finding that first 279 then making those two guys at the church kind of useless, so they're stuck there. Running over the C1 tanks before reinforcements came in, which was the most important part.
Oh, Kamikaze. Eye for an eye between Kono and Aka in the EBRs, and it's still Rambo. He finally killed Profuse, but it's not going to matter one bit. Invil will take the victory here, and again, both of these teams, like they're trading these wins, but it just feels like in every round one of them just has a much better read of the situation than the other, and Invil were perfectly able to exploit the fact that all of these 279s, although individually they're quite formidable and they've got this strong hold across the map, they're still spread quite thin. So if Imbil are able to group up and just puncture a hole through the defense, then the rest of it can come crumbling down.
2-2, deservedly so. Both teams so far are very strong on their respective sides. Rambo tried with 6.5k, but not quite enough.
No, not quite enough. What would have needed to happen is that the IS-7's crossing, I think it was Profuse and Frugo, they needed to not make it there, and then Rambo could be free. He would be unleashed to farm tanks like Orshek, tanks like Comrade and Ketsai in the Mouse and the E5 that had committed to that position. Near you doing 0 damage in his IS-7. I'm not sure where he was around the map. 8-1-1 for Diabol. That's unfortunate.
Could have been better. The Amorites didn't help, but I don't think they would have won the game off of it anyways.
I mean, I would agree, but I mean, I'm just thinking back to like the moment where the scales can tip in the other direction. If Imbil just takes significantly more damage on that 1-2 line push, if Motivatia are able to stall it out, then maybe they can make the game a much closer affair. I'm not saying they could win, but there's definitely a way that they can get their foot in the door in that match. But nonetheless, another map is traded out 2 for 2, even blows from both of these teams. We did not get any camping on Murovanka, and those 2 maps have been written off. We're going to go to the next one, which is Redshire.
Yeah, but again, at this point I'm not really expecting anybody to camp anymore.
No, I mean, if you're not going to camp on Murovanka, are you going to camp anywhere? I mean...
Yeah, if you didn't camp more, like...
When are you going to camp? That's the map.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're not doing that there, then I don't see it on Redshire. And so far, both these teams are really kicking up the pace, which also promises for the finals, though. When they play against Aurora, a team that hasn't been kicking up the pace, it will be an interesting clash of styles.
For sure. I mean, Aurora did. I think they did turn it up a notch in the Vortex match, particularly on this map when they played on the defensive side. Their aggression in the beginning of the round forced Vortex into these uncomfortable situations where it wasn't quite clear what they should do or how they should react to what was being put up against them. And that seems like the most realistic way that a team playing from the defending side could win a round.
Let's see first what lineups it's going to be. Maybe they, maybe now one of them is like, I'm camping anyways.
Still bringing those Griffons. Triple Griffon for Motivatia. Then 4 IS-7s, 3 260s, double 279 CS. Brainbreaker in his trusty K91 and an EBR.
In return, Invel, can opener, 4 IS-7s, 6 279s, triple E5, and a Leopard 1.
Interesting, Lear 1. Looks like we're going to have another restart here, unfortunately. These players, they need to sort out their connection, unless it's on our end. Who knows? But still, the fact that Motivatia bringing the Griffons, it's clearly not a map specific thing. They're quite happy to bring it on a variety of maps. Interesting as well is the Leo 1, right? We saw that being brought by Kylie, so interesting that that's being brought once again in preference to an SDR.
You think they'll play the same?
With a Leo 1 in the back?
Yeah, and playing for 1-2 mainly?
Could be, it could be. I don't recall what the rest of their lineup is, but I don't think they had that many 279s, right? And as we've seen so far, 279 seems to be the preferred tank if you want to set up for a castle stronghold.
I mean, it could be. Doesn't necessarily need to be. The Leo is just a great all-around pick on this map as well. But we did see how devastating the STRVs could be already earlier when Aurora had, like, what was it, 13,000, 14,000 between the two of them?
Yeah. One of them had 7.8 and the other one had 6k. And that just shows the ferocity and the danger that an SDRV can pose if you just let it roam free. If you just let it roam free and control the battlefield and just constantly shoot, then it will kill you with a death of 1,000 paper cuts, right?
Who do you think looks better so far?
I honestly couldn't say. Like, I think it's been so even. Because every round that's been played so far, one team just has a better read of the situation, and they just convert that to their advantage. Like, I don't think... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any team has had a game where they've thrown, necessarily, or misstepped. It's just one team has a better opening, or a better read, and that's it, and then the game's over.
The 279's kind of... I don't know. Inval is defending, right?
I don't know about that, but based on the lineup...
That's what I would think, based on the
might
lineup,
assume
yeah.
So, yeah.
No, it is Inval defending, but it's not 1-2 the way that we
No
imagine.
EBR, by the way.
Yeah, but look at the way they're splitting.
50-50. Interesting. So they've got only like 279s going towards the one line. Aka, being the only EBR in the game, he knows that he has quite a bit of liberty to do whatever he pleases, really, and he's going to grab pretty much all the info that he could hope to get. He does a spotting run on the middle. He spots the guys on the balcony in C5, and then he spots the push in towards the 9-0 line. But Inval deciding that they're just gonna stop right here. Motivatia, are they just gonna go? Motivatia are just gonna go. They've decided that is enough information. They feel confident that they're going to be able to make this push. They've got guys doing down the one line, the 260s right now. We need to check to see how much of a bleed those 260s are going to have, because if they do not manage to win that fight against the 279s, then this could all come crumbling down for Motivatia, but they are pushing up and over onto their opponents. The E5s need to be farming away. YOLO is trying to body block. He's trying so hard to stop them from getting through the gap, and so far he seems to be doing a reasonably successful job, but eventually they are going to get overwhelmed here. As Kopiak gets blocked by Rambo, they're still trying to stall out, but these 279s, they will fall, and then Inval are going to have to be forced to do something.
YOLO down towards the one shot now. Dalconic should die here as well, and that 260 Rexar puts him down. Little actually, and the Griffin is the one to kill it. Inval now starting to repush on the 3 line, but they're repushing kind of in the crossfire that Motivatia has. Can they make the difference there? Now they really need to kill that 279 and A1 already, and you can see Motivatia trying to react to this, trying to pull back across the ridge, and I think that's a good reaction if the A1 could do enough damage, because Inval might just keep going themselves now at this point. The K91 trying to get into the battle. Kano trying to get towards the outside as well. Will he make it in the IS-7? He does, and now Inval forced to keep pushing because A1's in the game. The 279s have died, but Inval has the lead with the 2000 HP. Can Motivatia hold on? Can they make the players useful enough? That K91, that A1 pocket with a lot of HP near you, flipping side once more actually. Orchak coming with the ram even. Inval clears the lower part, up in HP, up in guns as well. And this quick push from Motivatia, they could potentially still make it work, but right now it's not looking all that great.
No, it's not looking good, and Inval are not going to give them the chance, the chokehold. They're just going to keep pushing on towards that 279 on the eastern side of the map, and the EBR doesn't really get a chance to get involved in the play of the game. Motivatia, they're forced to back off. Brainbreaker is trying to re-establish position, but the whole while he's doing it, he's just under so much pressure that he's driving straight into a wall as he tries to fall back from this part of the map. Motivatia, they're trying to clean up one of the I7s in the C2 area, but if you just look at the map right now, the only guy who is separated, the only guy who has any sort of crossfire is the EBR, and he is being controlled, he is being kept under wraps. They know where he is, they know where he can go, and as long as they keep track of that, he's not able to get involved.
Yeah, and Inval's defending, and they have all control. Took a little bit too long even to kill A1.
Yeah, it did. There were like quite a few bounces, it looked like, but I mean, it's hard to criticize in those situations, especially when the 279s were being so annoying in the way that they were just trying to block. Frugo finds the kill on Rambo, and that just leaves Skittle and Kopiot in a 2 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is not going to happen. They're also being capped, just to make matters worse, and it did not go according to plan for Motivacija. I don't think there was necessarily anything wrong with what they did, it just didn't come off.
No, they needed to kill A1 a bit quicker, so they have more crossfire. The K91 was a bit far out of the game as well. There's a few contributing factors there leading to this. But for the first time in this match, Invil will wrestle back control, will take the lead as well.
Yeah, they will. And that'll be the first time they take the lead in this match, don't forget. And I think more significantly, it's going to be a win from the worst side of Redshire, the inferior side. So that's nice for them going forwards. If they can pick up the next one on Redshire, that'll put them on match point.
And they have a real possibility for that as well. It was a really quick and aggressive push by Motivacija. You know, it's hindsight 2020, but like an STRV instead of a K91, for example, would have probably been amazing for starters. Something that could just keep farming the whole time.
Maybe. The K91, he was, I think, you'd almost want to say the best position he could have been in would be the castle, as Invil repush, maybe. But you can see how far down on the scoreboard he is. That K91 just did not have the desired impact that Motivacija would have wanted. Yeah, that hit rate, certainly not ideal in that situation. On the other hand, credit to Invil, you know, they realize what's happening. They know full well that they're going to lose control of the one line, and they can't allow that to happen untraded. They can't allow themselves to get surrounded and lose that map control. So as much as it looks messy and it looks scrappy, it's still a classic case of a strong team recognizing the situation and just overcoming the odds and just pushing back into their opponent, just forcing the brawl so that they don't have time to get crossfired.
The pace between these two is pretty high though, still, across the board.
Yeah, every game's been fast. I do like the fact it's such a contrast to the way that Aurora were playing. I do like the fact that Motivacija, they pushed up the EBR, they got the initial info, and then they just decide off of that, okay, right, that's enough, we're just going to go. There's no hesitation and second guessing about what the right call is. They just make a decision to push. And to be fair, it could have come off. It could have come off. It was a close affair. And if you just get some slightly different trades and maybe 1 or 2 guns in a slightly different position, you can change the nature of the battle.
Now the question is, can Invil make it 4-2? Can they pick up that first match point? Neither team, like you said, have looked like really that much better than the others. So, I mean, 3-3 would be pretty normal, no?
Maybe. But as stated, playing from the defending round of Redshire is not a fun place to be. It's not ideal. So maybe this is the moment where Invil begin to stretch their legs and just pull away from this map trading.
Could be. Or could not be. This is the question.
Those are the two options.
Well, somebody has to win.
Yeah, and it's not going to be me or you.
I mean, I feel like I'm winning just by being here with you.
Oh, what? That's very kind of you to say that. That's very kind of you to say. I feel like that's going to be a negative compliment, though, followed up immediately with something slightly passive aggressive.
No, I was going to say there's not even like a double up or anything, you know. Oh my. Motivacija, double 60p, double BZ, double can opener, Griffon, 4279, K91, Badger, Phoenix, EBR.
Invil going with double can opener, and they've got double 260, then 6 279s, 4 E5s, and an EBR. The Phoenix. Thoughts?
Don't like it.
I thought you might say that. It's such a high risk tank to pick, right? If every shot in the clip is hit and connected, very high value. However, if you don't connect all 5, it's kind of a waste of time. Kono going for that spotting run will grab the necessary information, and he's going to stick around for a bit longer as well, just to see if they're going to relocate. And the beauty of the EBR, and Kono knows this very well, being experienced as he is, he knows that he can literally just sit in the middle of the open in front of them and keep them all lit, and there is no risk of him ever getting found out because he's not inside a bush.
Unless they just go out and they blind fire him anyways.
Well, that would be quite something, but take a look at this positioning from Motivazier though. They've knocked down the trees, and they've got double can opener in the corner. But Invil should know about this from Kono's info, right?
Yeah, it was spotted.
So what do you do about it, is the question.
You can literally overrun 9-0 line ammo.
You don't think it's that scary? Do you think it's like, it looks scary, but it's not actually?
I don't think it's that scary.
Double 6TP in the front, double can opener in the back with a 279 boosted up, and then you got the rest of the guys in like B8, but it's quite difficult for the guys in B8 to get involved after an initial push. So the key thing for Invil, if they did want to go over that way, and it looks like they're making their way over to that 9-0 line. The key thing would be to get in and focus out all those guns as quickly as possible, and then prevent any sort of repush.
I think if Invil do it right, they just drive in with the 279s, accept the damage, and
that's it.
Just drive over them, to be honest, and just keep going.
I mean, that's the thing for Motivazier, right? Is all of their chips are on this working, because they're too split across the map. I mean, what's the Phoenix going to do? Teleport across the other side and somehow magically do the whole clip worth of damage? It doesn't seem likely.
He's going to get the little nuke from the Waffentrigger mode.
Oh, that would be very useful. But I don't think that's allowed.
Would be funny though.
Invil moving the E5s.
I mean, there's going to be
like
two ways, under and up, by the looks of things, at the same time. Which is fine, because under can shoot then on the guys at 0 line, while above just covers when you're pushing under.
Yeah, and the 279s being above would certainly be very nice. But Invil, it looks like they've made their decision of how they want to break it, and they certainly seem to agree with your assessment of things, that surely we can just go for this, right, guys? We can just kill it.
Yeah, I think they can just drive over it.
They're waiting for something though, and maybe it's just to group up with more guns. Perhaps they want to use Kono to clear Aka in his EBR, so maybe they don't get the info quite as early. Or maybe they're just grouping up with more guys.
It's 12 tanks pushing this side versus 3, 6, 8 holding. I mean, they'll be spotted. I think they'll be spotted once they come around the bend.
Yeah, once they get past that large tree there, Aka will surely spot this out. No, it gets lit now, so T-Sec is spotted, and so far they haven't taken any damage from the 279s or the 6 TPs, and Diavolt is already getting HE spammed, which is not really that surprising. But Invil, they think they want to just stop here maybe for a minute. They want to just wait and then try, and if they can kill the 279 of Diavolt, if he can get perma-tracked, which maybe Invil are going to be able to achieve that, I don't know, but it looks at the moment they look they think that they're going to be able to just trade it out.
It's giving a lot of time to Moti to react though. Now the push is coming from the top with the 279s driving in. Monster leading the charge, but Orchak overtaken. Already a lot of non-connections coming in. The 60Ps flipping now to play the front side as well against this 279 that's pushing in. Can they do enough damage to make a difference here? Little and Liberty not really shooting the same targets either. And Little now starting to get focused. But Monster is the first one dead. Now the push under towards the can openers has happened. A lot of damage being dealt from the side of Motivatia on this initial volley, this initial crossing. 1-2 is being overrun, and that's because Hinville hesitated a little bit too long for my liking, waiting a little bit more than they needed to, giving an opportunity to Moti to take map control back while they're losing these tanks on the 9-0 line, which they surely will. These can openers are gonna do at least one more shot each, probably two. Maybe they'll do a double at some point as well. Who knows at this point? Does he open both barrels? He tries to. He bounces both actually as well. Dalconix, does he gonna try with the double as well, or what's gonna happen here?
He might try. I think he just did, but only managed to connect the one. And Motivatia trying to bog Invil down in trench warfare. But meanwhile, Motivatia have actually made a push of their own over the 1-2 line, and they killed all of the Invil tanks.
Yeah, it's
that
pretty
were in
good for
that part
Moti.
of the map.
It's actually good for Moti.
They're up in HP right now.
It's mainly because Invil waited there on that 8 line. They allowed them so much time. They're going to lose the full K line because of this, because they allowed them to take the time to push out 1-2 line. And why the 279 is at E1 when you're pushing under and not running away, who knows?
There are definitely deliberations and questions, but this battle is not yet over as Invil, they try to break out of this hold. The Badger of Kopiat is in trouble, down to low HP as Profuse pushes in. He's going to take the brunt of the damage, even go down. Kopiat trying to fall back to the corner, but he knows that he should just do one more shot before he goes down, and he will fall. Near you is going to be the next one in the BZ75. It almost feels like maybe those two should have coordinated better between each other to come up with some more a shield gameplay, as Near you tries to push forwards, but he gets tracked and he gets held. Marcel and Tsek will not let him run away. Tsek actually chooses to sacrifice his life just to stop Near you from making it out towards him, as Invil look to try and trade off all the pieces on the map. Kano has actually pushed forwards in his BZ75 and found himself in a bit of a weird position.
Cap has been sighted by Invil. I think it's their last attempt here to win this game. YOLO, Franek, Conrad getting on it now. Skill will have some resets though, and the Phoenix looking as well to get something going in this battle, but he doesn't have any shots on anything right now. Little Skittle will need to drive in and get those resets in the Griffon. He has 10 seconds. He cannot be beating around the bush here and going too wide, because he's gonna...
Guys on the left.
Yeah, I mean, there's an E5 coming in. Skittle, you need to reset. I think he just forgot to reset altogether. There is a reset! Oof. And I think it was from the back lines, actually. Definitely was not Skittle. Remember, Motivatia is defending, so they need to keep resetting over and over. Positive has 4 shells, though. Let's see what he can do with the Phoenix. Can he do a rampage? First one, second one. Yeah, he has 2 more as well. And the Phoenix on this range is pretty damn good at blasting through those armored layouts of those tanks. But Moff, look at the battle all of a sudden. Invil has 6 tanks alive. This is just 3 from Motivatia.
Yeah, they sacrificed everything to get those resets, and in the meantime, the cap from Motivatia was denied by Kono in his cheeky EBR. He's just done enough, and Twilight does not manage to secure the kill, but it's all over at this point. Kono has done enough to stall it out, and so have Invil. They have rescued this battle from the jaws of defeat, and they will put themselves on match point.
I actually don't...
They have 1k HP left across 5 tanks.
I don't know how Moti threw it at the end there. Like, I had so much extra HP. I know the cap was a bit of a problem, but I feel like they were in control, and then, you know, you look back and they have 2 tanks left.
I'm not sure what they should do differently. I feel like they shouldn't cap, because they only had a double cap, first of all, and they knew that Kono was alive in the EBR, and he's always going to get back in time to reset, right? So it feels like maybe Motivatia trying to cap was a waste of time, first of all. Then, well, I mean, the Phoenix actually did reasonably well. He managed to get 2 clips worth of damage in that endgame situation. But do you think that maybe Motivatia should have just reacted quicker at trying to push back across on the ridgeline? Because Invil gave up the positions by going into the cap, right? They sent like, what, 4 or 5 guys in the cap?
Well, I mean, I think near you and the Badger definitely could have done better.
No, I was saying during the game, I think they surely should have made a shield, right?
The Badger, the BZ should have shielded the Badger so they never can get pushed.
But they would have had enough time to do it, no?
Oh, they did for sure.
Yeah. Maybe they just thought that Invil weren't going to push them. Maybe they thought Invil weren't going to fancy pushing into the crossfire of a Phoenix. Either way, that is Redshire done and dusted. And finally, one of these two teams has actually managed to break away. Invil have put a 2-round gap, but some daylight between them and Motivacija. And that means that Motivacija can actually have to win 3 rounds in a row in order to secure victory in this match. As close as it's been, as every round has been, in fact, Invil are still on top right now.
1 round is all they need on Prokhorovka to put themselves in the grand finals.
And I think they can do that. I just a smile came on my face then. I just realized that what the scoreline is, and if Invil win the next round, then I'm a very happy tanker if that be the case. Although, let's be real, even if the match were to end right here, right now on Prokhorovka, it doesn't the scoreline doesn't really tell the story of how close this match has actually been, does it?
No, not really. It could have very easily been 4-2 the other way as well. What do you think? 1 round? I think 1 round for Modi and Proko, and that's it.
Yeah, I think for sure Invil picks up at least one of these 2 next Proko rounds. I cannot conceive of a universe where that doesn't happen. I'm trying so very hard to just like jinx myself, apparently, but that's what I believe.
Let's see. I'm curious. I think Multi will pick the first round and then they will lose. That's just how I feel.
Well, we're about to find out. Motivacija against Invil. Motivacija up against the ropes. They need to win 3 rounds in a row in order to have tournament survival and make it to that grand final at the same time. It's going to be 4 BZ75s, and they got 4 IS7s, double mouse, triple 260, and double EBR.
In return, there's only a single EBR for Invil with a lot of IS7s, a lot of mouses, and E500 STRV. That's 5 mouses.
5. 43,000 hit points. I mean, Motivacija themselves, they have 40k, so a lot. It's 83,000 HP in this game. That's a lot. Kono doing some early spotting runs. Look at the EBRs though. Oh my god, Brainbreaker. Balls of Steel along with Akka. Just so very happy to go aggressive here. And we've seen this many times in the past in EBR, just going for one of these really, really aggressive bushes. And Brainbreaker will get the information, but Invil, they're a smart team. They'll know how and why they're spotted in this position, unless they think that it was Akka who was the one doing so. That is the question.
Good damage from the crossing though already on towards Barbarian. Now Motivacija does know that there's 4 tanks in K1, and that the rest of the team probably on the eastern side. They can adjust now according to this information. This I-7s on the 0 line are just climbing back up into position, and right now it will be hard for Invil to clear the CBR though.
Yeah, if they can figure it out is the question. I'd imagine that the mouse in the middle, DJ, might start to blind fire on towards that position, but here goes Kono. He's going to investigate, and he's spotted. Kono is spotted. Is he going to go down for this? He realizes now he's wiggling, and you can see the shots coming in, the craters that are left behind, and he does manage to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge away from there, and he will not go down just yet, but he's still spotted, and he's spinning around in the open, but he's still spotted in the open. He's still spotted in the open, and now he probably thinks he's despotted, and he is, but so very lucky to survive that exchange.
He's one shot. That's the most important factor here, I think, for the side of Motivacija. That DBR is a very very small factor now in this battle. With Kono being 400, it's unlikely for him to be doing too much. Now they start peeling off some tanks from 1-2 lineup to 60, going back towards A6. But, you know, Invil has this very immobile lineup, though, with those mouses.
Yeah, with 5 mouse in the playing field, you have to imagine that, like, their intent was the mouse to go up and over and then just tank all the shots, but it doesn't look like Invil are really in any sort of position to make a push right now.
They'll pressure the east.
Well, they have to. It's the only thing they could do, right?
Let's have double heavy waiting on the 0 line. Frugo spotted. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la la la.
That's not a very significant amount of damage just yet, but we suspect there's probably more to come, but we'll cut away from that towards Ketsai and YOLO pushing it down the 0 line, but they're going to be met by double IS-7 of Delconix and Liberty, so that's only a 2v2. Going to be tough for those guys to win out that trade there. YOLO actually showing us an alternative boosting line, which is pretty neat from him. It's going to allow him to very quickly adjust, but Motivacija are not pumping the brakes. They're going to respond to this in kind because they know that the 4 tanks are trapped in 1-2 line for Invil, so they're going to try and potentially go up and over. But look at this repush from Invil. The guys in 1-2, they're all spotted. Brainbreaker knows everything. He sees and hears every movement from the Invil guns.
Yeah, somehow Near You died in the BZ. I think he tried to go over, and then Motivacija said, no, we're not doing it after all, so they stopped. In the meantime, I mean, there's mistakes in return. There's a mid-push now. They're transitioning into pushing the middle of the map with Mindbreaker, with Diavol on towards Profuse, but Mindbreaker might not even make it to shoot against this mouse. Diavol not doing too much better. Kopiat going as well. A scrappy play here from both the teams, and Mindbreaker makes it very hard for Kopiat to get a side shot there. Kopiat still finds the pen angle though, but it's super scrappy now between these two on Prokhorovka. Diavol, can he find the finish? Kopiat kind of blocking the angle even. He is going to opt to shoot on another tank instead, but he falls. They're all dead in the middle of the map, and now Invil up 4 guns as Motivacija just seems to be absolutely falling to pieces.
Yeah, look, they've turned it around once more. I think the reason that Motivacija didn't want to go up over the hill was because they felt like they were driving straight into the firing line of the SCRV from Invil. That's Marcel on top of the hill. Brainbreaker has killed Kono in the meantime in that EBR, so perhaps there's a chance for Motivacija to redeem the situation. They've got double EBR versus none from the side of Invil, so they do have the vision control, but can they stabilize this situation?
They're down 3,000 HP and they're still down 3 guns as well. Marcel is a one-shot on the hill, but those IS-7s I think are starting to die on the 9 line slowly but surely. Good shooting there from the mouses though against Monster. They find the kill. Liberty and Delconix, you can see them really struggling in their positions, pulling back, getting peppered by the SCRV, getting peppered by YOLO as well. Ketsai all the way on the top has a great position against those. 3k HP still is the difference between these two. The WBR currently not really contributing. Liberty is dead, and like I said, the eastern side of the map, it is just starting to fall apart, and there's still a very healthy E5 of Franek, 1.4k HP protecting 1-2 line.
Yeah, and once the eastern side of the map falls, you feel like it's going to be the end for Motivacija in this tournament, because now look at Ketsai. He is charging straight towards Little. He's not going to stop. He's going to ram straight in towards him and even jump over him, sent down into the depths below, but he will be able to make it out of there alive. And now that that's unfolded, it's collapsed. The mouses are now compromised in the middle of the map. Both Twilight and Real are Real are really in trouble here in their mouse. They're going to get flanked from behind. They're going to get shot from the front. Barbarian is on fire in his IS-7, but I don't think it will matter too much if he goes down.
No, the rest of the team all stuck in the hole here, and for Motivacija, it all just fell apart. They had this really good opening with the EBR. Sadly, they weren't able to kill Kono. If they were able to kill Kono, that would have been crazy for them in terms of control over the match. But then afterwards, you know, they wanted to push back over the rails. Near You went. I'm certain Near You went. And then they were like, we're not going anymore.
Yeah, the hesitation in that moment, or the miscoms from Motivacija, may have been costly in this match, but Invil, it's going to be slow. It's going to take a little while to get there, because there is no requirement for them to, well, there is a requirement actually. They are attacking. 3 minutes left on the clock, but they've got plenty of troops to send in one by one in order to kill all of these guys in the hole here, and they have no one covering them from behind. What is Brainbreaker going to do in his EBR? absolutely nothing as Invil group up and they go in for the final kill, which is going to end Motivatsia's life and their run in this tournament as they clean up all of those heavy tanks, and it just leaves poor Brainbreaker left alone in his EBR.
Yeah, it's a great win for Invil, 5-2 over Motivatia. Now one more hurdle awaits them, and it's Aurora. And I must say, Moff, I'm worried for Aurora.
I think we're all worried for Aurora, but that's what happens when you achieve success. You're going to come up against a stronger opponent, and Invil, in the end, they do manage to put clean air between them and Motivatia. They prove that they are just a caliber above at the moment. They're able to figure out all the puzzles, all the problems, the questions that Motivatia posed in all of those rounds. And the one thing that I just want to talk about right now is the play from Motivatia. Should they jump over the rails or not? Because if they do jump over the rails, they're going to be committing into all those mouse, right? They're going to be committing into Marcel on the hill in his STRV. Would it have changed anything?
Who knows? I mean, this was a very scrappy round, though, by both teams, to be honest.
$5.5k spotted by Brainbreaker, all in vain, as he was the last one left alive, so he was spotting the entire game. But eventually, whenever you play a light tank, if you run out of teammates, you have no one else to spot for.
Yeah, exactly. And if they killed Kono in the beginning, it could have been slightly different, you know, like, because he was spotted, he dodged I don't know how many shots, but afterwards...
Let's say that they do, though. If they do kill him, what possibilities can then be unlocked?
You can stop Kayla and Cross altogether. In any way, shape, or form, you can control entire rotation.
So the EBR can go into the two-line bushes and then just progress further and further until he's cleared it out entirely, and then he's just in the enemy, in the back lines, right?
Mm-hmm. And then you can do kind of like whatever you want, though, because you know that this guys are stuck at K1. The main problem was actually the zero line that was just slowly being climbed by the IS-7s. You know what they were really missing in this game? That's the funny part, an SRV. Why? Because you can post him at A6, and he can counter the guy over peeking. Like Ketsa, you can just counter him fully when he tries to peek.
Would he be spotted for that?
No.
Well, that's that. What's done is done. And Invil, we thought they were the favourites coming into this whole thing, this whole tournament. And they prove that once again. They step up to the plate and they knock one out of the park. Motivatia down and out. And Invil, they're going to face a foe in the final, which, an old friend. They haven't actually met in that grand final for quite some time. Aurora versus Invil.
Yeah, it's a blast of the past almost. Aurora versus Invil in a grand finals. I mean, Aurora would be pretty happy to get there. They've had very mixed results recently in both 15v15 and 7v7. So, can they do it once more? Can they beat Invil to take a second championship? We will find out after the replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown. We have reached the finals, Moff. Invil versus Aurora. Our historian Phil has told us that this is the first time since 2023 that we had these two teams against each other in the finals. Aurora won 5-1 and took their one and only tournament win in that matchup. The tournament before and after, they lost in tiebreaker to Invil in the lower brackets finals.
And I remember watching that that one time that Aurora did win. It was such a strange match because you did not expect Aurora to dominate in the way that they did. But critically, as you point out, that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago, 2 long years since Aurora were really like the caliber of team that could challenge to win in these competitions. And you know, at least the one thing they've got going for them, that they do have the history, they do have the pedigree of being that caliber of team, but a lot has changed since then, and some of the players as well, so it's not all the same group that won last time out.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about Aurora. I feel like they're gonna get hit by a truck.
Yeah, I very much share that sentiment, as reflected in the predictions that we'll soon see. But I just think the way that Aurora have won their games, while they've played well, you know, it's no mean feat to take down a team like Vortex, but I mean, you can just see it there. The numbers speak for themselves, right? 10 tournament wins, 7 second places, 2 third places, which hasn't happened for quite a while either. All of these names you'll be familiar with. You've got Monster, the team captain, Profuse, the team captain from the Mafia team. You've got hit and run players in there, Mafia players in there. You've got Barbarian, Frugo, Mineros, Panzer, all of these guys. Like, they're just, you know, you've got all of these great players. All of them have so much experience between them. It's almost impossible to see a way that Aurora could overcome that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I handed them a decent amount of the second places.
Maybe, but
in a different universe,
in another world. Invil are the ones that are here present now, and they've stayed there for a very long time. That much is true.
Community predictions: 20% for Aurora, 80% for Invil. Yeah, that's kind of where I'd put it too.
Yeah, and 20% is probably just all Germans. Would you say?
Maybe. The thing is, though, like, we saw the pace in the second semifinals and the pace in the first semifinals. If Invil puts this pace against Aurora, I'm not sure they can handle that.
Yeah, if you can't handle the heat, then get out of the kitchen. But maybe Aurora are going to be doing some of their own cooking in the kitchen. Maybe they can come up with some creative ideas, some strategies which could throw off Invil. I mean, we saw Motivatia. They tried to conjure up some ideas, and they did have some relative success, but in the end, Invil just became invulnerable to anything that was thrown at them. They were just able to improvise, adapt, and overcome.
The maps are gonna say a lot about the pace of the game. Let's put it that way. I mean, if you're Aurora, you're going into like Moro, Redshire, maps like that, no?
You would think so, but I'm looking at the pick and ban right now, and it's actually the complete opposite to that, Ducky. To be honest, like, it's most of the maps is the complete opposite to that line of thinking, and it's not because they're being banned out either. Really, it's not because they're being banned out.
I mean, if Cliff and Himmelsdorf are being played, that's like 4-0 for.
Look, we've got Fisherman's Bay up first, but then it's a steady stream of hyper-aggressive, fast-paced maps. Himmels, Prokho, then Cliff. Only Murovanka slows it down when we get to that tiebreak. Fisherman's Bay is the only map, honestly, where I feel like I feel somewhat confident in saying Aurora could go 1-1.
Yeah. I'm inclined to be on the same train as you when I am indeed looking at this this map pool. I mean, Himmels, I think, is a 2-0 for Invil.
And Proko? And Cliff?
Cliff also. So Himmels and Cliff, I'm saying 2-0 for Invil. Before the game has even started.
Yeah, things are looking great. We're not painting a pretty picture here, are we, about Aurora's chances, but better to be transparent with the viewers about what we expect to see. Although, you know, Aurora have already shocked us in this competition, right? They took down Kylie. We didn't expect that to happen. Then they took down Vortex. We didn't expect that to happen either. But I think Invil, I think that's just a bridge too far. I think that's beyond their reach.
Well, Aurora had the time to watch. Now it's kind of like the same thing as like lower bracket run for Invil, you know? You've already played a match, now you're going to play again, while Aurora had to wait. Which one would you rather be?
I think you want to just stay fresh. Like, I think going game after game, I mean, it's not like, you know, the amount of time that they have between the games, it's maybe like from the end of the last one to the start of this one, it's maybe like 10-15 minutes, right? Which is, that's enough time for you to go away, stand outside, get a drink of water, or go to the toilet, right? Enough time to like mentally refresh and reset, I think, and then go into the next game. Whereas Aurora, it's not really a fun feeling, is it? To be able, like, you just got to sit there and you've got to twiddle your thumbs and kind of just wait to see who your opponent is going to be. Whereas Invil, not only are they coming into it fresher because they haven't cooled down from their match yet, but they also already knew who their opponent was before they even played their semi-final match. So they're like you're mentally more prepared for who you're going to face. I mean, I suspect Aurora probably knew they were going to face against Invil, so maybe there's not too much to think about there.
I think I would rather be Invil. Maybe because it's Invil, but
yeah.
It's something like you're playing and you're playing again is pretty cool, you know, like, in a way.
Yeah, you just keep you're in that flow state, right? You keep the momentum going. You don't really have to come back to it and sort of refocus your energy on towards it. But you said you definitely want to be Invil right now, and I think that Frugo in joining Invil definitely is sitting pretty right now.
It's going to cost him like an AMD CPU, though.
Maybe, but perhaps a worthy sacrifice in pursuit of the coveted Golden Fist badge. And we will find out what happens as we go into the grand final between Aurora, the German superstars, against the Polish powerhouse that is Invil. And the predictions, again, you can see where our minds are at, what we're thinking. And I
stand to write 5-0, but you know.
I know. I very much thought the same, but it's the classic scenario of it just seems a bit too mean to go 5-0. But I think based on the pick and ban that we've now seen as well, I think that one round that I've predicted for Aurora, I think it's got to come on Fisherman's Bay. And at the very least, if they want to like break into this final, I mean you can't lose Fisherman's Bay 2-0, surely not.
Anything is possible, Moff. Would not be so confident about that. Anything is definitely possible. Why would you not be able to lose Fisherman's Bay 2-0?
I mean, it's more the fact that it's definitely you're not in a good spot. You're not in a good spot if that's the case. But you know, if you really want to be that brutal and just say it, then you know, maybe is Aurora doomed? Is that what we're saying? I mean, we've been saying that already in so many words. Invil will they be able to bring the oncoming storm that we're expecting for Aurora, who are perhaps going to be having a rainy day? Invil, in this grand final, they're going to be bringing a 5-6 279s, actually. Triple 260, triple E5, double VK, and a Hori.
Aurora in return, 4 E100s, triple VK, an IS4, triple IS7, a 279, a 260, and an EBR.
No light tank for Invil. No light.
Not very uncommon for them on Fisherman's Bay, though. Used to play almost all the time like this.
Well, let's see what Alex can do in response to this. What is he doing? Is he lagging or something? He must have been lagging. There's no reason why he would stop like that. He was weaving all over the place and then he just stopped stationary. It must have been lag. I can't imagine why he wouldn't go for a mid spot in the beginning, and he does eventually go for that mid spot. But look, hang on, look at this lineup. Katya is going towards the middle bunker in an IS4.
And gets set on fire.
He's immediately on fire, so yeah, great showcase of IS4 gameplay.
And takes another shot by YOLO and takes another shot by Conrad, and is now able to tuck away on 766 HP.
Okay, well now we get to observe, is he actually safe here? Because he's got, I mean, that seems like quite a powerful side scrape. He's reverse side scraping. I'm not convinced that he's going to be fully safe there. Like, sure, I mean, maybe. Nope, never mind. They just penned the engine deck as well there, because he turned too much and showed his rear.
I think they just see the engine
and now,
from the elevated position.
Yeah, well, that was unfortunate. I mean, I like the idea. You do have to wonder how much they actually tested that. I mean, you hope they tested that, but in this particular game, it did not work out. Maybe they could have done... You remember what was quite popular was teams using a BZ-75 to boost their 279s towards middle at the start. Maybe you could have done that with the IS-4 to allow him to get there without taking so much damage.
In the meantime, though, Aurora starting to be in real trouble. The city getting pushed out, Orchek clearing. A lot of space there. Reroll stuck behind a building. DJ pushing up, Ketsai coming as well. The map being cut and Aurora being locked inside of this 1-2 line. And the middle now under pressure as well.
Yeah, look at the VKs. They're in a bit of a predicament as Mikadu tries to make his way into the middle portion of the map. But if everything collapses in the east, because rerolls, you can't possibly hope to survive there for too much longer. And once that flank collapses, then the VKs are going to be compromised in the middle. There's another fire on towards YOLO in his VK. They're not protecting the middle. Invil, they're just freely able to poke in these positions. The VKs are not protected at all, and Fairley can't really do anything about it from the back.
No, and the city is being cleared. YOLO is dead. Mikado is going to be soon to follow. It's not looking good for them in the first round here of Fisherman's Bay. Envel coming in pretty solid, 3 minutes in, up 3 guns as well, so 1 per minute. But yeah, the rest of the map, it's not going to last that long for Aurora. You know,
there's literally nothing
I could lie and say that there's a possibility, but
yeah, I think it's kind of just over. And now these IS-7s are forced into an act of desperation of trying to push forwards, but that's just only going to further put the advantage further in favor of Invil, as Frugo just chooses to just drive up and peek in the middle of the open, just knowing that it's over, that it's done. This defense could not stand the test of Invil. It did not work whatsoever, and now Invil players have been unleashed. They've just decided to go on towards free play, and Pan's Fury is allowed to just drive in and do whatever the hell he wants, because this game is done, and it's probably the most dominant round that we've seen in the entire playoffs, except for that one match between Fines and Invil, perhaps, maybe, but a very slow and sorry defeat for Aurora in round number 1.
For them, it's going to have to be better from the other side, which I would say people prefer playing now on the attack. But Invil had a very, very good start here, and they're probably very happy with that. You know, coming in, it's like, hi, Aurora. How are you doing?
Remember us? Remember us, guys? it's your old pals. And Scatter also gets set on fire, just to add insult to injury, and he will explode in a blaze of glory, but not in victory. Alexandros, the last one, just really a metaphor for this entire battle, just cowering behind one tiny building in his EBR, just desperately trying to waste as much time as possible for potential tiebreaker rules, but that's so very far away after round number 1.
Tough if you're an Aurora fan to watch this one. Invil has all the right answers for all the questions that were asked in this one, and they very, very convincingly take the first round. They had 4 to go.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I talked about the Fines versus Invil game being a speedrun world record attempt. The way that first game battle just went, maybe Invil could do a speedrun for Grand Final as well. And you know, we were in the build up to the game. We weren't painting a pretty picture for Aurora, but maybe we even oversold them. To be honest, I mean, look at that: 5 players, just 0, 5 bagels at the bottom, and but the positions that they were put in, you almost can't really blame them for not doing any damage. It's just the collapse that they had.
Well, it was a tough game. There was not much to say about it. The city, you know, 3 tanks taking over the whole map, and then afterwards it's like, well, you have all these tanks in the middle that are just dying.
I mean, I like the idea of the IS-4. I think that's the only positive thing I can have to say, but it very clearly didn't work. And I mentioned during the game, perhaps they could have used a BZ to boost the IS-4 into position at a slightly faster time so that he wouldn't take as much damage initially. But even then, right, let's say that he does survive in that position. Invil, later on, they pushed through the center of middle anyway, and they would have had a better angle to farm him regardless, right? And it's not like Aurora had any tanks in position to prevent that from happening, so far as I can tell. So even if the IS-4 were to survive for a little bit longer, I think he still would have just been compromised anyway. And as for the rest of the strategy, it almost, I don't want to say it, but it almost felt like a random battle, because they just, one team was just passive and kind of just waited for the game to end, and the other team just cleared one flank with individual players making individual plays. It's not like they necessarily had to play as a team in order to kill rerolls. It was just like 1 or 2 guys just pushing and just having a 1v1 there.
I mean, I think it was DJ just farming him in the E5.
Yeah. No team play required. He just went on a solo quest, and they very quickly just figured out that there was no one on that side of the map to protect rerolls either, and it sort of begs the question is, what's the point in putting those tanks there if you're not having any intention to like protect them or like trade them off effectively? Because the rest of Aurora's lineup was just hold up in 1-2, right? They weren't really they didn't really plan, or they weren't designed to go anywhere.
No, I mean, they took 1-2 and then there was just no follow-up after that. That's what it felt like, you know? Like, they took 1-2 and then it was like, okay, we're losing the city, so be it. We're losing the middle.
Losing the middle?
So be it. And then they just ended up losing the game.
Yeah, and I don't think there's really much more that we can say about that particular game. But we're going to go into the second round on Fisherman's Bay. This time Aurora are going to be on the attack, which you say is perhaps a slightly better situation to find themselves in, but we know that Aurora are a team that likes to take their time, and on a map like Fisherman's Bay, you can very well run out of time as well. Lost my train of thought there. I don't know why. I couldn't think why. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, ever since the 279 got nerfed, people kind of prefer to attack a little bit, you know? Because before you would have that defense with 279s, that was pretty effective, but now that got changed, the defense a little bit in a harder situation to hold all the angles. We've seen some variations though.
Do you mean when they would send 2.7s and 9s up over the middle and then take those advanced positions? Is that what you mean? From the defensive side?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, remember the 6 Horis? I think that was the most potent defense.
6 Horis?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
You missed that? That was a potent defense at some point.
I don't have any recollection of this. I do not remember that. 6 Horis. That's quite something. I mean, even we saw earlier today, Aurora, they brought triple Hori, and even it just goes to show that even in the nerf state that the Hori is, it's still very powerful because it still gets the same 360 millimeters of AP penetration with the normalization to compensate as well.
There was at least 6 Horis at some point.
I believe you. I don't remember. I mean, at this point, there's been so many clan showdowns, so many 15v15 tournaments. It's really hard to remember any one instance unless something particularly noteworthy happened. But I guess 6 Horis is kind of a big deal. That's my bad for not noticing that. But interesting lineup from Invil. Double 50B, triple mouse. They've got a bat chat, double 279, and then the rest 260s.
Bat shot. Interesting. Maybe you can spot though with the bat.
Optics, low noise.
I mean, he has 1800 HP.
Yeah, that would
be a dead giveaway.
That would be my guess.
It's very much 1-2 orientated though in the beginning for Invil altogether with their lineup. Monster gets spotted out. That's the EBR of Alex, but Alex will also not be able to go deep because of this.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see a Batchat like spotting. Am I in 2014 or what's happening here? You know, back in the days, the Batchat, there was no tier 10 lights, none of these wheelies running around, none of this nonsense, just pure Batchat spotting. And now he's got the powerful spotting equipment of low noise exhaust and CVS to go with it. He's knocked over the tree, which Aurora should be aware of as well, but he's actually not opting for optics. He's got a Bond turbo, sorry, not a Bond turbo, experimental turbo, maybe so he can try and run away at a very fast pace should the push come in. But I guess the idea is that even if he does get pushed, he can maybe trade out a clip, but that seems pretty difficult to achieve if he does get pushed by I7.
I mean, the thing is more like if the EBR gets caught, he gives him a few shots.
Maybe that's the thinking. Sabo also using his medium as a passive spotter, gonna spot that cross in towards the city, but it doesn't look like Invil have any interest in doing anything anytime soon, and they are not obligated to do so. The requirement is on Aurora to make something happen, and we know they like to take their time. And Monster's actually shooting. Interesting. And he gets away with it as well. He puts 2 good shots into Old Kings, just takes the 1 in return. Pretty good trade.
I don't think that's something he can do again, though. You know, that's like one moment and don't do it again because next time they're going to be aiming at you. But this is more like Aurora's cup of tea, right? Pretty slow, defensive, feeling it out, being able to discuss their next moves.
Yeah, they got those VKs in the central part of the map. Monster is spotted again here, just trading spots with Alexandros. He is playing a bit of a dangerous game, especially just re-poking in the same place over and over again when they know that he's here, but he seems to be pretty confident that he's not going to get blind fired, and even then some. He's actually moving up even further. He's so confident he's not going to get pushed at all. And that's the sign of a player who's like relaxed and feels comfortable to make their own decisions. He's not scared of his tank getting caught and dying for free.
I mean, Frugo there getting shot by HP a little bit, but so far, so good for Invil. Already 3 minutes and 20 seconds down, and I must say, Aurora so far haven't really achieved anything yet.
Well, just you wait. The brain power is coming in. They're taking the time, thinking things through, trying to figure out some more of these tanks' positions. Monster is being even more cheeky as he peeks up here, and you can see he is essentially peeking in the open against that 279. But oh, he does get lit, but he can afford to do this because Batchat with Bond low noise exhaust, you can get like 40, 43, 44, maybe even 45% camo, which is enough to poke, especially against a 279, which doesn't have much view range to begin with in the open. Now Aurora are making some moves. They're very gingerly, very tentatively moving forwards, and they have discovered the 279s. Profuse and Frugo back to back, arse to arse.
Monster made a mistake.
Ooh. Well, that's unfortunate. He's down to 300 HP. That's not ideal. He's going to try and run away now, but I think he knows that he can't go all the way back, so he tried to mess around a little bit too much.
I mean, if you're Alex, you just go kill him.
I mean, maybe, but think about the risks involved. A full HP EBR for a one-shot Batchat, but if he does kill that Batchat and survive with reasonable HP, then that could be a powerful weapon for Aurora. They might, I mean, you could even just like blind fire him, because it's not like you don't know where he is. He can't have gone far. Katya again, just poking and prodding, just trying to figure this out. Frugo and Profuse have both taken a bit of damage, probably mostly from HE spam. The Mouse have now moved up in the city for Invil. They've pushed forwards a little bit, but Aurora have actually left the city entirely. They've grouped up everyone on middle.
And here comes Aurora's push to in the middle of the map with the VKs on towards the position of that double 279. Mikado, Yolo, Timmy, Kacha, they're all coming. The first bounce, kind of unacceptable from a VK with that 350 millimeters of pen. You have to be hitting those. You could even overpeak further if you need to. Now the 279s, the I7s coming in to finish the job though. One down already, which is Monster, Profuse, and Frugo bite the bullet. 3 tanks down for Invil. Now these Mouses in the city looking kind of out in the open.
Yeah, they're kind of exposed now, especially to the VK in the city, but here comes the repush from Invil. Aurora making a push in the meanwhile. They're going to trade off different sides of the map. The damage on T-Sec is significant, but he is going to survive, and Fairley will not. He gets sent packing, and Aurora now making their move of their own. They're pushing on towards the triple Mouse of Invil, and that's a lot of HP on these tanks once they take them down, which they will surely do, because there's too many crossfires, too many guns to worry about for the side of Invil. Invil are just going to try and power through the rest of the map. The 279 that's in that position in H1 is trying to leave, but there's not really anywhere left to go. Your position is already compromised. You're just going to have to stay and fight it out. Baron now pushing past Comrade as Comrade just tries to angle his armor as best he can. He's just trying to hold out and stall things for as long as possible while Invil take control of the other side of the map. I mentioned Magnus in the 279. He should have left oh so very long ago, because there's nowhere left for him to run. He can't leave, and YOLO is able to freely peek into that 279 and guarantee that kill.
Now they're running over Magnus. They're continuing towards the Hurricane and the Hori. Aurora is up in HP, up in guns as well, but they have this one limiting factor right now, which is time, which is 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The good thing is that Alex can go on the cap whenever he wants to.
Yeah, immediately, in fact, because there is no light tank from the side of Invil. But Invil recognize that they need to kind of keep going here, but it's almost not a play that they can make. Rexar peeks in and takes the brunt of the damage. Scatter is getting crossfired from middle. That's Barbarian, and his 260 is able to put on the punish. So Sabo and Scatter, they probably will go down, but they're still trading it out against these 260s from Invil in the meantime, and they're getting reinforcements from Link, a much healthier and much sturdier armor in the 279 who can actually play against these 260s.
Can they get the shots on towards that 279 though? Can they get the connections? They're looking for one already hitting. One more will put him down towards the one shot. Link needs to be careful. Like, sure, he's a 279, but these Invil guys, they can kind of aim pretty well. They already get 2 connections. One more will shut him down. They aren't able to find it just yet, but it's going to be Redshire to put it into that 279. And now, split map with 1 minute 40. The issue is that an EBR solo capping is no longer enough.
No, it's no longer enough. I looked at the minimap, I thought Alex was going to drive into the cap just in the nick of time, but he decided that's not going to be his decision. He's not going to go for the solo cap attempt. He's trying to group up with his teammates in middle to focus out on towards Barbarian, and then maybe they can focus on trying to get some sort of triple cap going, but then you'd have to commit tanks to being exposed in the middle of the open. Barbarian trying to run away from the middle. I don't think Aurora are going to allow him to do this. Timmy is crossing towards the bunker. Invil falling back. You can see the wave of 260s. They're migrating across the map. They're trying to fall back into a more defensive hole because they know that the clock is with them. It is their ally, and it's going in their favor.
I do not know why Alex didn't at least start the cap to try and boost it to give them something in that EBR, because now they have absolutely nothing going. They have to make the push and somehow kill all of the Invil tanks.
Yeah, and Alex now trying to make up for that mistake, potentially not going in the cap could cost them, so he's pushing forwards as aggressively as he can. He's trying to provide the spots for the rest of his team, trying to figure out all of these positions, and Invil are trying to hold on. They're doing the damage. The 50Bs, they're clipping on towards the IS-7, and I don't know if that guy's going to go down, but Alexandra's now pushing forwards. Katia pushing forwards as a one-shot as well. They're all doing their bit, pulling together to try and finish off this game, but there's just not enough time. Invil still have 5,000 HP remaining, and with only 13 seconds left on the clock, that's not enough time to kill them all.
Yeah, no, with 7 seconds left, it's going to be Invil to pick up the second round. This one a lot closer, and like you said, I think Alex could have definitely gone on the cap to put an extra layer of pressure. He did not do that, and as a result, Invil picks up their second round of Fisherman's Bay, and the trouble have only just begun for Aurora, because next up is Himmelsdorf, right?
Yeah, we're going to be going on to those slightly. We're going to quicken the pace slightly with the maps that we have upcoming. I think, you know, we could point out the positives that Aurora definitely had a much better chance of winning this round, but just a few missteps along the way really cost them in the end. The 50Bs ultimately didn't have that much impact. Monster, in the end, he was being quite cheeky, made some nice plays, but he got punished as well. And this battle, really was there for the taking for Aurora.
It was, and they didn't. So now it's 2-0 for Invil, and it's going to be hard for Aurora to even recover that. So, you know, you have to pick up these games. You really, really need to convert the ones that are yours, because if you let them slip, you'll never see them back.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a good team and a great team, right? The great team will always win the rounds that they should win, and then push back again and fight for the scrap for the games that they're not supposed to. And Invil have done that, and they are rewarded with the 2-0 start on Fisherman's Bay. Not ideal, certainly not ideal for Aurora as we go on to Invil's pick of Himmelsdorf.
I'm curious to see what Aurora can bring on Himmels, and also how Invil's going to play it. We saw a lot of slower Himmels now. Pretty hard to, like, a lot of meat, so it's pretty hard to play super aggressive.
Yeah, I think the rise in popularity of tanks like the E100, for example. Remember that game that Aurora played against Kylie? There was maybe like 20 E100s across both of the teams, and that made it such a slow, grinding affair because no one could really have that injection of pace into the round because it takes them so long to rotate back and forth across the map. And even the last match that Aurora played against Vortex, we spent about maybe 4 minutes yapping while we were just waiting for all of these E100s from Aurora plus the E4s as well, just waiting for all of them to climb up the hill. But in the end, in that match, just having more tanks on the hill equals win. It really is that simple.
I'm just really curious to see an Invil lineup that can still play aggressive because of how heavy we've seen every single team be on Himmels. But those E100s that you said?
I'm not sure if they will go aggressive, to be honest. I think they're quite happy to just sit back and react to what's presented in front of them, rather than taking a risk in the beginning of the game and pushing some aggression that, you know, maybe you get hard countered and it gets shut down. I think Invil's quite happy to just wait for things to unfold and then make the call.
Just curious to see. How many E100s do you think Aurora is going to bring? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
6.
Well,
no.
Well, Invil has 7 mouses, 4 E100s, to 60 WT57 NCS.
Yeah. Need I say more? Aurora, meanwhile, they've only got 3 E100s. They've got 60 TPs, which are quite beefy Polish super heavies in their own right, but not as much as a mouse and an E100 for what they're worth. They've also got some 279s, double MBT. Aurora keep bringing them. I mean, we saw Invil play MBTs as well, so it's not just a cultured pick by specifically and only Aurora. Invil like the MBTs as well, but in this particular game, it's going to be T57s. We got another reset, by the way. That's I think that's like maybe 5 or 6 resets for the day. Something appears to be going on with the players, maybe disconnects. I mean, maybe it could be on our end with admins as well. But what do you make of the sheer amount of German super heavies? The amount of, how much HP do you reckon that is actually in the pool?
I mean, we're like slightly over 40,000, I think, when it's heavy. So I'd say like 43,000, 44,000.
Only 43. I think it's. I'm just remembering back to Invul played. They
All right.
played 5
So a mouse has 3,440 HP, right? Times 7. That's 24,000. How much does an E100 have?
Base, I think, is.
Oh, base with HP boost.
I don't remember what it is with HP boost, but it's over 3k, isn't it?
3.1.
It's over 3k.
And how many did they have with that? Was it 5 or 6? 6, right?
I couldn't say. Just a lot. 6.
Let's
maybe.
say 3,100.
I reckon it's over.
Plus 24,000. It's 43,000 HP in mouses and E100s alone, if we're somewhat right.
Yeah. So it's.
And then there's a CS, which is 2,200, and then there's a 260, which is 2,500 roughly. No, I'm not sure exactly. Is it 2.5? I think it's 2.5.
Your guess is as good as mine.
And then it's double 57 heavy, right? Which
Yep.
is, I think, 2,550. So that's 5,550. 53,000 HP roughly. If the quick math is like somewhat on point, it's like 53,000 HP.
That's a lot. I do remember playing Clan Wars. It was the last day of the campaign. You remember when we had the what do you call them? Experimental modules? Do you remember the little green circle with the arrow thing? And there was one that was like plus 10% to HP or something like that. And then you take 15 mouse on the last day of campaign, and you do a Himmelsdorf camp with 15 mouse.
Yeah, with the leftover boosters. Yeah.
And
it's unbreakable.
It's like over like 60,000 HP or something. It's crazy.
Or like a Karelia camp. I remember doing that with Meme. The last day of the campaign. Or was it with Fame? I don't know. Like a Karelia camp with like HP boosted Super Conquerors.
Yeah. Absolutely disgusting.
47,000. Somewhere the math went wrong, bro.
Well, it's okay because we went high.
It was only 4 E100s, not 6. That's why. Yeah, we ended up at the.
They're going to the hill.
DJ is
going to the hill
using
with mouse.
different equipment than everybody else. There's always this one guy, you know?
There's always a special guy. Maybe he has... I guess it would be experimental HP? Probably? Because it's only 90 less.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Not 90, 110, but, you know. Again, we're not hired for the maths here, we're hired to yap. And...
Wait, you're hired? I'm here because I want to be.
Oh, okay. Can't both be true?
Sure. That's...
But how about this though? Look, I mean, it's all those mouse going to the hill, E100s, T57s, like... I mean, technically Invil have taken a leaf out of Aurora's book, because Aurora, what they did in the last match, just sheer overwhelming numbers of guns and HP on top of the hill. And Invil definitely believe in that philosophy.
Yeah, Alex gets spotted by Cat's side, takes a shot immediately by the 57. With awareness. Will prevent the spot as well on zero line though.
Is it even possible for him to, like,
yeah.
to do that?
Yeah, if you speak in high, you spot some left.
Oh, but you're thinking, like, fully on top of the rubble pile, not just peeking next to it.
I think he spots them on gun as well, because they're so big.
Maybe, I mean, they are very, very tall as well, as they all group up on top of the hill. Are they going to push immediately, is my question.
Yeah, but Aurora is running away. Divide and conquer, or something along those lines.
And it's just Rerolls who is going to escape the clutches of the mighty mouse train, because they are too slow, and they physically can't catch the rest of Aurora. But now what happens? Do they give chase? Do they drive off the hill forwards after them? Do they hunt them down?
I mean, Conrad is spotting them now, so they're pulling back through zero line. Some are quicker than others. Marcel's in trouble in his mouse because he's pushed up. I think he's dead. He's too far forward. So at least something for Aurora there. That's nice. You know, they find a mouse kind of in a bad position.
Yeah, that Marcel is going to be going down. For what it's worth, but Invil need to scramble their forces back into position to defend their own base, and they're sending Mouse forward off the hill to flank the 8 line in Banana right now. Marcel has fallen, which was to be expected, and I think perhaps rightly so, Aurora have kind of halted their push here because they realize they're just going to get caught in a chokehold with the E100s of Pan's Fury and YOLO. But the problem right now for Aurora is that they're going to start getting farmed from the top of the hill if they try to make any moves. You've got the CS up there. There's an E100 up there. They're actually going to go back to meet the mouse at the base of the hill. It's going to be the weirdest fight ever, where Invil have pushed up and over the hill with E1 with mouse. Now they're re-pushing in towards 8 line with double E100 as well. It's German super heavies just re-pushing, doing blitzkrieg all across the map, only it's not coming at a very fast pace. Franek in the window, that's a great angle for the T-57 to clip.
It is indeed, but they're losing so many guns already. -4 for the side of Invil. 4 mouses have actually fallen before anything else. The divide and conquer strategy here for Aurora working out pretty well. They are clearing numerous angles, and now YOLO is in trouble as well. He'll get turned around upon by the guys coming back from the hill. And Invil's down 4,000, so this little pocket strat.
Gets another one for free.
Yeah, but still though, they're not winning.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Invil right now, as Franek tries to do another clip in the window, but Katya and Albert, they can just tuck themselves neatly into bed. As you said, the mighty flank of the mouse did not pay off whatsoever, and given how slow Invil's lineup is and how much HP they're bleeding yet more on Franek there, how much HP they're bleeding across the board, they don't really have the guns, the tanks, the types of vehicles they need to make any quick moves. They're forced to just sit with it and wait, as Aurora are using that advantage. They know that Invil don't have a fast lineup, so they know that they can just go all the way back up to the hill, and Invil, they're trying to meet them, but I'm not sure they're going to get there in time.
But Aurora doesn't need to go up though, fully.
No, they just want to hunker down and hold it. They are the defending team. They don't need to win the hill necessarily. They just need to stop it.
See, they're just running ooh, nice shot. They're running away from the hill again.
He marched them up to the top of the hill, and he marched them down again. It's such a weird round of Himmelsdorf. We're in like this weird stalemate where Aurora are winning, and Invil are on the top of the hill again. Are they going to try and push off again with a second wave of players? I don't know.
I mean, if you're Aurora, you just you could just push down 8 line, no?
You could now, and they're gonna figure out pretty soon that Invil are pushing off the top of the hill. But I think Invil, they might just arrive in time to stop any 8 line push from Aurora, and Aurora probably don't even care anyway. They'll just turn around and they'll just fight off the second wave, much like they did the first one. T-Sec doing some great damage there. Failure actually taking 1k, possibly getting shot from the top of the hill. Profuse is getting completely baited. He had absolutely no idea that all of these guns were here, and he has a bit of a facepalm moment as he goes down in a isolated play, solo play, completely by himself. Invil, they had a lot of HP, but they're donating pretty much all of it.
Yeah, this round is finally going to put Aurora on the board. This pocket shot from Invil with the Mouses and E100s, not really that effective. I mean, Aurora, good timings to run away.
I think it's safe to say that Invil overcooked in this particular battle.
Yeah, they didn't catch anything. Like
Can we say, though, credit to Aurora?
Yeah, no, they did good running away on the right timing.
Yeah. I mean,
and then they also got a freebie on the 8 line. And then the best move they made is this returning to the 9 line, you know, like pushing back 9 line with the MBTs and finding double mouse.
I mean, it might have happened by accident, to be honest. I think they just happened to come across them potentially. I think their intention was to go back up the hill, and then they just found the double mouse anyway. But I think something, as we just watch Orshek just win his 1v1 against Magnus for what it's worth, just to stall out this battle for a little bit longer. But even if Invil hang on with these remaining guns, which they won't, Aurora can just sit back and relax, because yet again they are still the defending team. Rex are just one of a few E100s left, just in their isolated little pockets. But what I was going to say is, I think the lineup that Invil's brought, it's the sort of thing that you would do in Fog of War, right? When your opponent doesn't know what your lineup is. But because of the fact that Aurora knew exactly what was coming, they probably, you know, they probably had a pretty good idea that they were going to go full hill.
Yeah, I think they were aware when the lower push didn't happen that it was actually just a hill push delayed with German super heavies, and they played well against it nonetheless. It was a good reaction, good return off the hill, good comeback, making all the right moves.
And I suppose the thing is, it's like, because you can see the lineup, there's no Fog of War. When you see them not pushing 1-2 line, or you see them not crunching on towards middle, they literally can't be anywhere else unless they're just camping in spawn, right? Which wouldn't really make any sense. So the presence of mind, having the presence of mind from Aurora to realize the situation and run away, works out very nicely for them. The MBTs finally from Aurora actually have a game where they have some sort of impact.
Yeah, I'm still not sold on the MBTs in general though. I don't know about you, but
no, neither am I. But
I get it, great burst, but you know,
one can see the appeal.
Yeah, I mean, you have that burst, right? If something happens on the hill, you have that quick clip, but in a longer, more drawn-out game, you can see them from time to time really struggle with positioning and getting actually involved in the battle.
Yeah, and like we said already, Invil definitely overcooking with the amount of super heavies they took, and you can just tell from watching the game how badly it cost them in those key moments where it's like they know what they want to do and they know what the correct move is, but they don't have the equipment to compete. They just can't compete with what's in front of them. They don't have the mobility to get across the map and be in the places that they want to be. So they're just handicapping themselves, essentially, by bringing such a slow lineup.
I don't think they'll be doing that in the second round, Moff. Maybe, though, but I somehow doubt it.
I think that's like a one and done kind of thing, like a one-hit wonder. You use it once and then never again. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, so be it.
It's like, it sounds really cool on paper, but it also needs just the enemy team to be kind of be AFK, you know?
Yeah. AFK in the brain, AFK in positions as well, I suppose. I think, you know, broadly speaking, the idea can work if it's just not so heavily reliant on the super heavies. Remember the game Aurora pushed on the hill? They pushed in with maybe, what, like 2 or 3 100s? But the rest of their lineup was still mobile enough to react to the map.
You know what we haven't seen much of? The E4. For how popular it is in Onslaught, we really don't see that many of them here.
I remember it got buffed as well. Not in Onslaught specifically, but just in
It's
general.
really low
it got
HP
buffed.
though.
Yeah, and that's what makes the Juggernaut ability so powerful with the damage reduction. Invil coming back in this time with significantly less German super heavies. This time it's only double E100 and a VK. Then they've got a double BZ, triple 279, 705A, E4, double CS. Then they've got double T57 heavy and an E5.
Aurora, triple E100, and I7, double MTBs, double E4, a CS, double 279, double BZ, and double 60 TP. A little bit of everything.
From both these teams, I would say. Double CS, you know, you remember like we used to see a lot more mobile lineups on all of these maps. Like double CS was way more of a commonality. Like you would send one CS around the hill, and then you would send the other CS to spot on the rubble pile that we mentioned in the last game. But people don't really do that so much anymore, and I think it's maybe because you know you're just going to get up the hill, and the CS once you spot out your opponent on top of the hill, the CS doesn't really serve any additional purpose in the battle unless you're going to be able to get to farm the bottom side of the map.
I think this one is a restart as well, Moff.
It does look to be that way. I think we must have... Surely we've broken some kind of record on the number of restarts that keep coming through.
Yeah. It's a high number. It's definitely a high number. Gets the speed out of it a little bit.
It seems to be something... I mean, we've, you know, players at home would have noticed as well, watching the feed, that it's quite difficult to cast sometimes when you see a player, their reload time and their spotting indicator is not actually coordinating to what is actually happening in the game. And I think we've had a problem throughout the tournament of the observer mod just not working properly. And at least having an observer mod that's like half working is pretty good. Because I mean, you and I, we've both watched those clean feed games where the players don't have the observer mod. And to be clear, what we're talking about, the observer mod displays information like spotting time. Sorry, a player's spotted status. It shows their reload. It shows their like their module damage and stuff like that. And this is information that's all like actually pretty important, right? And if you have to watch a game without that, you're missing key elements of the game.
Was there anything particular in the lineup, Moff?
I don't know, man. I mean, well, we'll find out because we can refresh our memory, thankfully. I mean, the double CS is noteworthy, I would say. And 705A, actually. 705A. Of course, it's Frugo in the 705A. Who would have guessed that? A cooking tank being brought by the chef.
see the split here of how many tanks are going to the hill. That's the first factor you're always watching out for. Aurora sending what looks to be a lot more though.
Yeah, and all those MBTs, both of those MBTs rather, the clip potential and the power that they have. Magnus again into the window at the start of the game. D4 always spots the cross on the K-line in K4, so he'll get the info of any rotations from Invil. But Invil looked to have set up a trap. It looks like it's a trap in the 8th line at the moment, or maybe not. It looks like they're just going to go, so forget pretty much everything I just said about that. They're actually going to push through the 8th line, through the banana. 705A crossing now in towards courtyard. Is the E100 going to get the spot on time, get the information? No, it doesn't look like any information is going to be provided, and Magnus is in trouble here. He's actually taken 2 penetrations in the turret with his IS-7, so he's already down to relatively low HP. Aurora do have hill control at the moment, but they're leaving with the majority of their guns, so maybe Invil can snatch that away as well, but Aurora need to react because Ketsai is able to freely clip on this T-57.
Baron in the meantime taking 2.4k damage as well on the crossing in that E100. More and more tanks pouring in through that B line, all spotted of course. Invil setting up the crossfire here, and I think Aurora is going to pull the trigger themselves to go for that repush with the 60Ps leading the charge. Leon in that 60P will be going for Barbarian. You can see the damage taken is significant already. T-Sec with a 57 will put him in the grave. Now the MBTBs coming in as well. Their clip does hurt. They delete YOLO pretty convincingly, but they have to continue here, and Link being used as a battering ram in that E100, that's your purpose at this point. But they will find Barbarian, they will find T-Sec, but the bigger problem here is the hill.
Yeah, they lost the hill because they over-rotated to respond to the pressure that Invil was applying on the bottom side of the map, and now T-Sec has another clip loaded and ready to go in his T-57. He's getting massive value out of that tank, and there's nothing that YOLO can do. He's just been left, he's been hung out to dry in a 1 versus 3 as Aurora lose every part of the map, and the HP and the guns in the game reflect the scenes that are unfolding in front of us. And now Invil, they're grouping up, they're going to go for the remaining guns of Aurora, the ones that were left behind, that left their teammates for dead because they didn't really have a choice. They're in such a compromised position nonetheless, and Katia now going to get pushed on by 4 different people. Maybe he could beat Ketsai in the 1v1, but he's definitely not going to hold up, and Profuse is even just going to ignore him. He doesn't care. He knows that he doesn't even need to shoot, showing the dominance in this battle.
And Invil now taking the last moments of this battle. There's a kill found by Mikado, but it's all just for the statistics at this point. They come in on the second round of Himmels. No fancy things, no pocket picks, straight kind of aggression through the courtyard. Clean, aggressive, find it, find success. Aurora needs to react. They don't react as well as they could, and it all falls to pieces rather quickly.
It certainly does, and I think something maybe we can talk about is, you know, when a team pressures you on the bottom side of the map, it's that dilemma that you're put in. You've got to decide how many tanks you want to leave to control the hill, because as much as it doesn't appear as though the hill is important in this kind of a game, if you control it, you can really put quite a bit of suppressing fire onto your opponent as they're making their moves through the courtyard.
And 3-1 is the scoreline now for Invil. They gave up 1 Himmelsdorf round, but they picked up the other. Now thinking back, what is next? Let me see. Pick and ban day 2.
Prokhorovka, I think.
Are you sure? Are you sure about your answer?
Yes, Prokhorovka final answer. I mean, I did just look.
Yeah,
at the
I literally
screen,
saw that. That was cheating.
Yeah.
Wow, Muff. Wow.
I mean, I gave the correct answer. I was just
yeah, but you know, you got to be convinced about your answer as well.
You're making my doubt myself. I mean, I'm a shambles, you know. I'm changing my predictions all the time. Actually, although saying that, I did get 1 correct earlier on today. Invil delivering so far though, 3-1. Just the minor slip up with that 1 round that they lost. I feel like it feels to me like because that 1 game, it just seems so out of character for Invil, for how they like to play the game. I just, like, in my mind, it has to be like the 1 round where Frugo gets a contribution of just like, okay guys, I have like this 1 idea, and then they do it, and then it doesn't work, and then Frugo is like put back on a timeout, and you know, Ketsai takes over again.
So, now moving into Prokhorovka, Moff. Can Aurora handle the pressure?
No.
That's not very nice to say.
The truth hurts sometimes.
So does the brick.
So does a brick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've experience with that, but I'd imagine a brick to the face probably would hurt.
Exactly.
Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure in Home Alone 2, the little kid throws a brick at the burglars, and they survive. So maybe bricks.
Is that your real life research material, like Home Alone? That's how you imagine things are out there in the world. If you were to open the door to your room, you're like, if you were to venture outside, it's like research material for Moff for today. Home Alone 2, like taking little notes.
Yeah, in addition to watching all of the group stage replays, including the NA replays, which had absolutely no value.
You
whatsoever.
are crazy.
Listen, I was dedicated to the cause, but you know.
Also, how do you feel about your cause now?
I would pose the question back to you. Can you think of a real life example of someone getting hit with a brick that you can draw upon as research? Because I don't think so. I mean, you kind of put me in
I've seen some videos.
Of course, and you can find anything on that.
I've seen some stuff in my life, Moff. Like pushing 30, I've definitely seen things that I didn't want to see. So yeah, I guess the answer was yes. And it wasn't from Home Alone 2.
It was?
It wasn't.
It was.
I mean, your experience was.
Are you insinuating that you were part of the
No, only Kian is old enough to be part
incident?
of Home Alone 2.
Be part of Home Alone 2. He had a cameo in it. Anyway. 3-1 for Invil as we get back into the game. Hopefully this time there's no restart. We don't want to break any more records in that department. But Invil, again, they're doing the same thing, Daki. They've got the 5 mouse. We've seen this already. Then they've got 7, not E100s, IS7s, an SDRV E5, and an EBR.
So many restarts, Moff is losing the plot. But last time though, Moff, when we saw this line, it was against Motti, and honestly, Motti could have very easily won that game.
Maybe. Ended up making the wrong decision, unfortunately. Pressured into a mistake by Invil doing a good job. We should state that, of course. Frugo getting spotted out as YOLO does his spotting run over the middle of the map, and he's going to go up towards the hill and take a peek and see what he can find, what he can figure out. Of course, again, there's no fog of war, so they know that it's the 5 mouse strat. And Aurora, what information or what do you think they can gather in the limited amount of time they had? Because obviously they had to watch the Invil Motivacija game, so
they don't have the lineup for it.
To deal with it?
No, to play like Motti did.
Yeah, because they've got the double badger.
Double badger and stuff.
So the intent from Aurora is not really to meet the mouse in the middle head on. But how did the mouse get involved in this game when Aurora is so passive? I mean, think about the amount of open ground.
You take 5 mouses, you push it down 1-2 line, they count how many tanks shoot them, you do quick math, and then you push the other side with the rest.
That's an idea. I mean, that sounds like a paid actor way to allow an SDRV or a Badger to just farm a lot of damage for free. Frugo is just kind of hanging out here, just sitting in the middle of the open, and Invil are definitely grouping up to make a push.
Aurora's doing this again. We've seen this. Look at A0.
The shield. The shield. What tanks is it?
My E279 and a mouse.
A 279 and a mouse. That could potentially be good. There's so much slow moving targets, so much HP from Invil pushing towards them. It could work out.
I think the way that they
well.
play it is, you leave the shield there, when they push down, you push over 1-2, and you hope that the shield survives long enough to be annoying,
Yeah, and it like what I'm saying is it might actually work out in this scenario because Invil have so many of these slow heavies as well. It's going to take them a while to actually deal with that 279. I think. I mean, it could be wrong. Albert's getting kind of farmed though. And Kono's investigating. You know that the EVR is on the outside of the 1-2 line bushes, so Kono could technically sneak through up the 3 line unspotted and reveal this entire strat. I mean, whoa! Look at where Monster is.
The other i7s are turning around, by the way. You see the guys on 0 line; they're turning around back towards 1-2.
So they're using the information that Monster's providing. He's saying, guys, there's nothing shooting at me apart from 1 or 2 guys. And Magnus, here's the shield that we talked about. He will go down to the snipers, but he is just a pawn in the piece.
Prokhorovka doing a good job running.
Is he going to get out on time without taking that much damage? It looks to be the case, but there's not very much in the 1-2 line at the moment for the side of Invil. The good thing for Invil though is they've got all these mouse in the middle, and because they're such tall vehicles, they're able to shoot across all the way into that 1-2 line. Frugo even peeking back in towards them. That is definitely an ego peek if I've ever seen one.
That's a Frugo peek if I've ever seen it, to be honest. But this time he doesn't have an excuse that he's leading though. But here comes the choo-choo train down 1-2 line. Baron leading the charge. More time. Timmy just exploded. Like, I feel like he just like it almost looked like an Amarag, but it was not an Amarag. Let's see what is happening in the meantime though. That 279 that was shielded at A0 has gotten ignored. They bypassed him altogether. Franek is going to die in K1, but it's 4 tanks here for Invil and 4 tanks for Aurora. Baron will fall as well, and I think Invil actually might have the advantage in this area because the EBR is helping as well. Franek does 1 more shot, Scat is going to die, and in the meantime the tanks are marching across the C to E line. Invil up 8,000 HP as well, and with this repush coming in on towards the K-line position because they turned around so early with the IS-7s, I think that Invil is going to clear up this part of the map as well, and if they win this, the game is definitely over.
Yeah, they've read them like a book in this situation. They figured it out, they realized the shield, and they just made it completely useless, made him so redundant in this particular battle. I think Aurora definitely would have benefited from having an STRV in this situation. I mean, both teams. You can always do with an STRV. Invil do actually have one. I totally forgot he was even in play because it almost just didn't matter.
And yeah, you kill a mouse for free at A0 and you just ignore the 279 and play everything else. So that works.
Yeah, which means essentially you're playing 15 against 13. Plus the fact that Aurora's playing double EBR as well, so that's even less combat tanks. So you might as well be playing like 15 against 12, right? And even then, they've got badges which aren't really like immediately in the fight either.
No, they're not. And Invil, oh nice, sick. They look like Moff, especially the last part where he, you know, crashed and died.
We've both done our fair share of crashing in EBR races.
You see, the thing is, nobody expects anything from me, and a lot of people expect something from you. The sad thing is that quite often we just deliver the same performance.
Well, it's discontinued now, so I can move on to other things.
I've been playing. Yeah, I saw you racing in this other game, but it doesn't look like you're pretty good at that either. So,
I mean, give me time, right? I've got. Let's think about how many thousands of hours I have in EBR.
I got a personal contact to Scrappy if you want me to hook you up. You know.
Oh, some private coaching. I mean, you know, if it's free though.
I don't know about that one.
I think you'd just get frustrated with me after about 5 minutes. Like, how are you so bad? But. You know, I'm getting there. I'm working my way up. You know, interestingly, Trackmania actually has, for me, the exact same controls as it does in EBR racing, which is quite funny.
Well, I'm off a future star. Stars in this battle, nobody really standing out.
No, but what does stand out is Invil's brain, the brain power of Invil to figure it out, and make the moves across the board. Again, Marcel didn't even have to do anything. That just shows how dominant this round was positionally for Invil, that the STRV didn't even have to go supernova to farm.
Yeah, I mean, he did 1k damage. The average so far for STRVs was around 4k damage in the playoffs so far, which is very, very high. In this match and the last one, doesn't seem to be that high though. But now 4-1 for Invil. 3 match points off what we thought was going to happen kinda is happening.
Yeah, it's unfolding in front of our very eyes. I mean, there was that one round where I don't even remember which map it was, to be honest, which is completely terrible. But there was that. It was the Himmels game. It was the Himmels game where Invil overcooked. I totally forgot. But that was only the first round of Prokho, right? So Invil up 4-1. They've got 5 match points to play now. What are the odds that they lose 5 match points in a row? I think that's pretty slim. I would say the odds are getting into the single digits percentage-wise for Aurora.
The chances are like 5%. I was already worried for them coming into, and it's like, if there was like maps coming up where I think like, oh, Aurora is going to do really well, sure. But, if they win this, yeah, they're going into Cliff. And I don't think they win a single round on Cliff. You know, like, okay, let's say they win second Prokhorovka, I think they're dead on Cliff. Every single time. Yeah, if they win one round,
if they're not dead yet,
if they win one round on Cliff, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, if they're not dead yet, then they probably soon will be. I mean, if you want to have revisit the pick and ban, Aurora actually they banned Sand River, which we would think is probably questionable because it's considered more of a 1-1 map. Invil then banned Highway, which is to be expected because it's considered a 1-1 map as well. Invil then banned Liveoaks as well, and then Aurora banned Redshire. So it feels to me like they were banning maps from the pool. Like, together with Invil, they were banning maps that we would probably consider them to be more favorable on, or have a better chance.
Yeah. So, that's my, second analysis part about, what odds do I give them? Not high because of it. Invil coming in with 5 mouses, 4 260s, EE5, an SCRV, an EBR, double i7.
Aurora rocking 1 can opener, an E100. Then they've got 7 IS7s, double mouse, E5, STRV, and double EBR. They're still playing with 5 mouse. It's so interesting to watch that many super heavies being brought on such an open map. Even when the mouse was in its peak state of when they buffed it and it was super.
You know how long ago this is, by the way?
Yeah,
it's like
2017.
And I keep talking about that as well, like it was yesterday, but really it's been years.
I know, and I remember as well back in WGL. I think it was Utopia, the Polish team. They brought 7 mouse on steps in one of the 7v7 format. With that 2-cap defense, and it worked perfectly. But my question was going to be, even in the mouse's most OP state, did you ever have games where you brought this many, even in 2017 on this map?
No, I don't know about this map, but in general, yes. That was mouse 113 though, so you didn't really have much other choices. You know, you were playing mouse as hold and 115 as push, so you always had a few mouses on every map. Without question, you were always having 4 or 5 as a core, and then the rest was pushing tanks in a way.
But not as many on Prokhorovka. Curiously enough, Rafu's taken shot from somewhere. I don't actually know. I don't think it could have been from the hill, from Sabo in the can opener potentially. The mouse being so tall, but it's so weird. He's basically doing a scouting report in a mouse.
I don't remember, by the way, that mouse meta didn't last that long at all, just it
was half a year,
few months, and then I think after came the worst one of all.
The one we do not speak of.
Which one?
268B. Yeah.
And then it was,
dude,
and then it was type 5. If I'm not mistaken.
And then it was type 5 / V4 meta for a while.
And then it was Chief M279 for the longest time.
Yeah.
I think 907 was still before that.
907 was buffed in late 2016, I think. This is so far back. This is almost 10 years ago. That's crazy. How the time flies. But Aurora, they're going to make a move right now. It's going to be to take the dip once again. They love going for the dip. Everyone loves going for the dip.
Well, Baron, Mikado, and Kacha taking the dip. Now you can see Timmy, Link, and Old Kings coming in as well with their i7s, but they're swinging. Are they gonna go over into this triple mouse in the middle of the map? It's Conrad, DJ, and Orchek ready to receive here. Timmy peeking, but not pushing. Leon and Link also peeking, not pushing. They want to punish, but they gotta be real careful with this because there's a lot of tanks in the back lines. Leon, that's the double track. Can they find another track on him? One more track, and it would be pretty bad for Leon, but he does get out. And crucially, does not get perma-tracked to death. So, hole being taken. What received? Magnus is 1,300 HP.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been the last hurrah if Aurora decided to go then and there. But, I mean, they should have gathered a fair bit of info as to where their opponent is. But what do they do with that information now?
I mean, they know there was a lot of tanks in 1-2, so Invil will probably rotate some because of it.
Maybe. I mean, we see an I7 going back to A1, curiously enough. So Invil expecting a 1-2 line push to be coming in, but at the moment, Aurora are they're just sitting pretty in the middle, just all aiming up at Monster, hoping that he's gonna. That's such a relatable experience to Ran. So you're just sitting in the middle of the whole game, just waiting for that one guy to overpeak on the top of the hill, but it doesn't come, and that means that Aurora, they're gonna rotate their core pushing force out. Where are they going to go? Looks like towards the hill.
Mikado and Kacha also evacuating the area. Are they going to do this unspotted? They are.
DJ just fired off a shot though, so maybe they were spotted, because I mean we had some issues with the observer mod, but
no, but you see that reload bar is working properly, so
maybe. It's just so funny to see Monster actively spotting using a mouse, and then there's YOLO who's like, yeah, I go 90 kph and I've got over 50% camo. Monster's just sitting there, doesn't care, just sitting there in a mouse, unbothered. Fairly getting caught as well, taking some damage, getting sniped, probably from Monster and from the combination of that on towards middle as well. The HP is actually even now. After all of that, I thought that Aurora would have been down way more.
Here comes the push on the 8 line by the Aurora side. They're changing it up altogether, and it will be across that. They will bypass the mouse by the looks of things.
Yeah, it seems like it. Monster has achieved his goal though of active spotting in his mighty mouse, and he will go down shortly. But Sabo might get punished heavily for over-peaking here, and if he does so, then Monster could maybe survive for a bit longer, which could be problematic for those IS-7s. You can see YOLO jumping in as well just to do a bit of damage because they know it's important. Scatter has actually killed Kono. Kono spotted out as he tried to make a push down the 1 line. I think he was spotted by the second EBR that Aurora had available, so that's a great advantage for Aurora in this match as they look to just try and hold out on the 1-2 line while they clean up on the 9-0.
It is, by the looks of things, 6 or 7 tanks pushing down 1-2 line for the side of Invil. Is that going to be enough? Is a difficult question. They seem to be a little bit split off and away from each other, one by one almost. Disek is the first one dead. Good shooting though from Invil, because Baron is basically dead as well. YOLO is going for it. He knows that they need to reach the STRV. It's important. Everybody will be turning their guns towards it if he can hit it. If he can hit K2, the track shot from rerolls, is it going to be enough? No, it's not. The STRV is spotted and should be deleted. Most important kill for the side of Invil. Scatter will fall. He's dead. Fanak falls on the other side, but 1-2 line is going to be lost. Rerolls is being cleared by the Invil side, and with 3 minutes left, Aurora is waiting a big task to somehow get in this battle. The last bastion in 1-2 has fallen. The push over the rails is not going too much better for Old Kings as he's dropped to 600 HP immediately. Timmy looks to be going by himself as the rest of his team is pushing the A line in return. in to try and make something happen because they realize that Inville's about to take another win if they don't do something quick. Inville returning, however, Alex and K2 gonna be annoying, but this march across the A-line is that of a dying Aurora as one is down. The rest will follow. This Inville will not be broken by Aurora. A pretty clean and decisive victory for them in the AMD Clan Showdown with a 5-1, sending Aurora back in home and most importantly picking up the lion's share of that prize pool, the money, the GPUs. It's all going to Inville.
Yeah, they've got it all, and they are relentless in this format, just continually winning over and over and over again, and it doesn't matter who it seems to be. This time it's Aurora, one of their old enemies that they thought had passed away from long ago, but they came back with a resurgence, but they were no match today in this game. Alexandros now just trying to figure out how he's going to kill a 260 when he has such low penetration against that 260 armor frontally, but it's not going to make any bit of difference. There is no hope left for Aurora in this match. It's going to be Inville taking it in a dominating fashion like they always do. 5-1, just Alexandros left in the corner of the map.
And yeah, congratulations to Inville. It was a pretty dominant tournament for them. I think in the match they played before against Motivacija was oh, nice shot from Alex. Was like a little bit of a mini finals there for them. The fact they won that put them probably in great spirits to play against Aurora, and they pick it up 5-1. And yeah, like we said, they're going to be picking up those AMD GPUs as well. Fugo's just really balling out with all the AMD gears, winning his computer. It's won a CPU or two. It's winning got a GPU now as well.
Yeah, building up a nice little goodie bag there. Maybe we can get some AMD merchandise. Put
some t-shirts.
A cap on his forehead that says AMD as well, and a smile on his face. But you know, more importantly, that's an 11th Clan Showdown win for Inville, and I do wonder whether that's a record in 15v15 format. Whether that, you know, how far back it goes with the amount of tournament wins of the likes of Fame in the past. 4K blocked on Orzhek, doing a fantastic job in that mighty mouse. And also congratulations, I don't know if it's only Ketzler that is the next one promoted to the Triple Diamond Fist badge for 10 not Onslaught, Clan Showdown wins. I don't know if anyone else is joining him in that step up.
I have no clue. That's a question for Phil. And to answer your question about 15v15 tournaments, I'm not sure. Depends on which one you're counting and not, because before we had like gold tournaments as well. So, but that's like so long ago.
It's so long ago, yeah. And this is like going back before we even called it Clan Showdown.
There was no fists then.
Yeah, none of that stuff was being counted. But you can see the dominating path that Inville left the wreckage in their wake. 4-0 against Fines, 5-2 against Motivacija, and 5-1 in the grand final against Aurora, only dropping 3 rounds on their way to the title. And remember as well, in the group stage, they didn't even drop a single round, so it's literally 3 rounds dropped in the entire event.
Yeah, very, very, very strong performance there for Inville. Rightfully so, winning the tournament, they deserve it, they did it, and they will be getting everything. So for them, successful run. And yeah, like we talked about, they'll be getting these AMD 9070 GPUs sent to them thanks to AMD as well, which I think makes them pretty happy.
Yeah, for sure. At this point though, I do wonder whether anyone in Inville even necessarily needs the upgrade with
there's always one guy with a potato.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say Mentos, but obviously he's not in Inville anymore, but I know for a fact that he still plays on 60 FPS, which is crazy to me, especially how he was still so good at EBR, even despite all of that. Just goes to show that the gear you've got doesn't always make the difference, but at home, we hope that you have managed to collect your drops, but fear not, if you haven't managed to collect them after the stream is over. I'm sure that we'll probably be sending all of the lovely people at home over to Daki to collect the remainder of those drops.
Are you really filling in Kihan's shoes, huh? It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got the script right.
Yeah, it's like
it just says
got like a teleprompter.
I mean, I technically I could have like changed up the script and said, actually, we're sending all the viewers over to my very actually. That could have been an ultimate show of power and
it's like an absolute dominant move from.
Yeah, it would have been alpha Chad move for sure, but it's not in my nature. And again, congratulations to Invil. This was pretty much the exact result that we expected, right? I mean, we said it throughout the entire day, and you know, it's nice to be proven right. I mean, it would have been nice if someone else could mount a bigger challenge, but that's just the way it is in Clan Showdown right now. Invil, they are just the best team, and until someone puts a stop to that, this will remain the case.
Who has won the AMD Clan Showdown? That question has gotten answered for us. It is Invil. We still have the last chance qualifier that is going to be deciding for WCI, which I think is going to be covered on people's channels as well. So if you want some Onslaught content, that is coming, I think, on the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. But for Clan Showdown, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. It was my pleasure to cast. Thank you to everybody that was watching at home. Thanks to all the production. We'll see you guys all again very, very soon. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.